Testing 1, 2, 3. Just about. Sorry, we have 30 minutes left. We're just about to start. So could participants and other delegates please take your seats? We are also running short of time. We'll just make sure that we start and others will join us as they come through. Okay. Thank you all for coming to this particular inaugural session, which is also the first of the GFCE Africa Regional Meeting, taking place again in Africa, in the heart of Africa, in the city of Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. I want to take this opportunity at the same time to also thank you for making the long trip to come. I'm sure most of you understand what the meaning of e-visa and visa on arrival means. But we are very thankful to see most of you, especially friends and foe and others who are here this morning. Our chief guest, Mr. Walid, head of ISD at the AU, director of GFCE Africa, Mr. Mukhtar Dali, and representative of Outer NEPAD, Mr. Bernard Kojo. I would like to take this opportunity to formally welcome you participants for this particular session. We shall kick off with the presentation from our director, and followed by a presentation from Outer NEPAD, and then our keynote speech from Mr. Walid from AUC. So I'll take this opportunity to welcome Mr. Mukhtar Dali.
Thank you, Martin, and thank you, everybody. It's so good to be back to the old setup. So many familiar faces, starting from Jacqueline that I missed so long, to Aisha, to all of you. It's been a while, but I'm glad again to come back and start working with you. My speech will not be very long because our guests here from the AU, meaning the African Union Commission and AUDA, both of you will certainly do the speech that is required to take off and to kick off this meeting. But I will just welcome both of you, the Walid and the Bernard, to this meeting, and to welcome all of you, to thank you for being here. It's my privilege and responsibility to certainly welcome you to this first regional meeting. We call it first regional meeting because this is the first one that happened after the GFCE Africa Hub was set up. Though the Africa Group was operating in the continent since 2019, we certainly have been working with all of you to create the African Cybersecurity Expert Community ACE. We also created the knowledge module, and thanks to the AU and GFCE collaboration project funded by Microsoft and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. That was a key, really milestone in the GFC activities in Africa. Today, we convene this meeting in a very crucial time. We see a lot of digitalization happening within the continent in a, sorry to say that, in a very chaotic order, because people most of the time apply for digital projects without taking into consideration the cybersecurity. Mind you that since every one of us now has access to applications, to internet, to data, right? Every one of us become now a source of truth, and everyone also has become, a guardian of security. Our grandmothers, mothers, children, all of them using now very powerful phones that allow them to do a lot of things, supported by artificial intelligence, making a lot of people do something that they never thought that they can do. But in fact, it has a good side, which is allowing them to really perform, but it has also had a bad side in the sense that really make them, just, how can I say, they use the word, as lazy as they could be. And we don't need that. The average of African now citizens spending time on social media is between 6 and 8 hours. We just spend them in social media doing nothing but just flipping TVs and looking at TikTok and short TVs. And you see, if they know that, if we know that we have 8 hours to sleep, 8 hours to take care of the families, 8 hours to work, and then the 8 hours will still do productivity or innovation. Now we are spending them in TikTok. Some people don't see that as a threat. But in addition to the chaotic situation, this is really threat to Africa productivity and to Africa future. We have a very good advantage and benefit, the fact that in 2050, 70% of the youth in the world will be Africans. So this is a great opportunity for us to really build what we call the cyber army from Africa. But yet we haven't done anything so far with regard to that. Since 2020, the Global Forum for Cyber Expertise has been working to support Africa build capacities. As I said, we had the knowledge model, the community of experts. We do have now a portal called Sibyl, in which they have a lot of projects. We have a clearinghouse through which a lot of project has been actually, we have put together, funders, implementers, and those who are in need of capacity building to do things. We will continue to do that. We are very happy to see that the African Agenda on Cybersecurity has been endorsed by the STC, the Special Technical Committee, and we look forward. We are very encouraged by the fact that it will be adopted by the head of state in next summer in February. This is very encouraging, but also it gives us responsibility to really start taking care of capacity building, how to discuss how we're going to implement that agenda, see how we're going to coordinate and harmonize our position to make sure that we are not losing anything, no resource, no duplications, well coordination. All of that is what the GFCE Africa Hub is thriving for, and we wanted to help you to help us really to achieve that goal. With that, I wouldn't really closing here without thanking, first of all, the GFCE funding institutions and donors. My thought will be first to Microsoft. I thank them very well. Microsoft and Bill Gates and Melinda Gates Foundation for helping us to do most of the work we are doing so far. They have helped us to really to set up the hub, but specifically the United States government and the United Kingdom government for the support. They are the one actually making most of our activities, happening, and this is very good. We thank UNICA for helping us to host us here and facilitate all of that, despite all the problems they do have and so on. But also, I would like to thank again the African Union Commission for being here and showing that the fact that cyber security is very important to the African Union Commission. And I wouldn't miss really, thanks to AUDA, they have been filling the gaps since 2019, supporting the coordination committee, supporting all of you, and really putting the stamp of AU in the GFC activities. But again, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And I stop here, and without further ado, I pass on the floor to Bernard. Over to you, Bernard.
Thank you very much, Mokhtar. So I'm representing the director. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. So on behalf of the Director of Economy, Infrastructure and Regional Integration, Amin Idris, it's my greatest honor to welcome you all to the GFCE Africa Regional Meeting here in Addis Ababa. Our shared commitment to addressing cyber capacity needs has brought us together today to reflect and discuss cyber resilience and cyber capacity building for Africa's digital future. As you are all aware, cybersecurity is one of the flagship projects of the African Union's Agenda 2063. And it's very fundamental to the implementation of the Digital Transformation Strategy, the DTS, for Africa. As the continent leverages digital technologies like the AI to drive socio-economic development, it is essential to ensure systems are secured and resilient for sustainable growth, promoting trust and well-being of Africans, especially as the African Continental Free Trade Agreement is working on introducing the digital trade. The African Regional Meetings organized by the GFC and its partners serves as a platform for immense collaboration in addressing cyber capacity needs, and also highlight the immense value of partnership. We should continue to strengthen cooperation, build capacities, and champion initiatives that promote cybersecurity awareness and the active participation of policymakers and regional and national authorities. I must say that the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD, remains committed and open to partnership that ensures that member states and the continent are ready for the opportunities and challenges of the digital age. We are particularly aligning all these efforts with the AU Digital Transformation Strategy and the Agenda 2063. This morning, I look forward to a fruitful discussion and valuable outcomes of today's meeting. I will entreat all of us to use this opportunity to strengthen our partnership and efforts to build and promote safe, secure, resilient cyberspace for Africa. Later today, we'll also have the CCB Coordination Committee, which is set up to also address the cyber capacity needs of Africa. On this note, I want to thank you and welcome you to this meeting. Thank you very much.
Please,
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to be with you today in this meeting, which my participation came timely to share with you today the immense development that we have done in the AUC regarding the African Digital Compact, the AI strategy, and the cybersecurity strategy. Africa, where the continental, those strategies were recently endorsed by the AU Executive Council during its 45th ordinary session. So today we really looking forward to engage in this conversation regarding how to accelerate the implementation of all these strategies and very critical directive document for our continent. But first, let me commend the organizer of this meeting for having me today and thanking them for supporting us and continue working with us to see how we can collaboratively harness the power of technology to address our African challenges and build the Africa we want. We must acknowledge that significant challenges lays ahead of us, and such as connectivity issues, digital divide, which make the cybersecurity risk even more critical, and also issues such as insufficient infrastructures, lack of skill, and inadequate governance framework that would pose substantial barriers for having all these strategies implemented effectively. So the adoption of the African Digital Compact and the Continental AI Strategy reflect the commitment of the African Union and its member states to develop the necessary capabilities to address this technological advancement globally, and also the risks that arise from these technologies that may affect Africa. And we're also working tirelessly to try to maximize the benefits of at all levels. Ladies and gentlemen, the African Digital Compact AI strategy present a unique opportunities, even in terms of collaboration globally, and specifically also for our continent to transform itself. It has the potential to significantly accelerate the Agenda 2063 realization and aspiration, and of course, the sustainable development goals. It can stimulate economic growth by creating new industries, driving innovation, and generating employment opportunities for women and youth in Africa. And it can also support preservation of our African culture and heritage. Together, we can build a future where technology not only enhances economic growth, but also promotes social equality and sustainable development across our nations. As we engage in these conversations today, let us be guided by a shared vision that Africa, where technology empowers every individual, bridging gaps and fostering inclusive growth. Thank you so much for having me today, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, dear colleagues, for your wonderful and very warm words. I think you'll join my voice in saying thank you also to everyone who made it here in Addis today, and also thank you to everyone who joined us online for together working for cooperation in a more inclusive and safe cyberspace. While we kickstart this regional meeting, let me welcome my colleague, Martin Koyabe, Senior Manager at the GFCE Africa Hub. He sets the scene on cyber capacity building in Africa and gives everyone an overview of the activities that are happening with the GFC and its partners in the region.
Thank you very much. I'm just trying to set up some of my slides here. So if you just give me a few minutes, I'll do that. So the first aspect of this particular session is to really give an overview of where we are as a continent, and specifically looking at the landscape that we have in the continent and what has just been said by my previous speakers. There are a number of key drivers that we see in today's digital world that are driving the digital transformation in the continent. And one of these is the issue around the digital dependencies and services that are coming up. We see that Africa today has a number of services, especially when you look at mobile services that have emerged. We'll see a lot of digital services coming up in the banking sector. We see a little digital services coming up in the trade sector. And these are driving what we call the need to make sure that we have a secure infrastructure. The second aspect that we see that is actually driving this need of capacity building within the continent is the area that we all associate with, where we look at probably the issue around the aspects of how you can be able to manage specific strategies that are being developed within the continent. So we are seeing that the continent is really looking at establishing specific frameworks, strategies, and even conventions, which will be discussed in the next session. And I'm sure that the colleagues who will come in the next session will be able to discuss that. So that is also one aspect that we are seeing, as said by Walid, in terms of ensuring that we have these frameworks that can be able to, to be established within the continent. And then within the other issues that we are looking at is the threats that are facing us. And these threats, I would divide them into 3 areas. We are seeing a lot of deterioration, especially when it comes to issues pertaining the area of trust of specific systems. So we are losing trust because very many times there are data breaches, very many times things are happening within where we are. And then the other issue is also the distortion, where we are seeing fake news as another area where information is being distorted from time to time. And then disruption is also another very key fundamental area where you can be able to disrupt an infrastructure by simply being able to use simple technology to make sure that you can disrupt an infrastructure, whether it's an airport, transport infrastructure, or even we are seeing now nuclear services when it comes to energy, or even any other financial systems that are being interrupted just by somebody being able to disrupt that particular infrastructure. So looking at this, and in particular, looking at the threats that we face, we then see that there are emerging areas. For example, when you look at AI, which is an emerging area, and we've talked about AI, the threats of AI. Do we want to use AI for good, or do we want to use AI for what we believe it's actually what we are seeing as many of the emerging threats that are there? And when you look at the OECD statistics that have been released for 2024, you'll see that nearly 60 countries in the world have policies or even strategies on AI. And among these countries, a sixth, which means 9 countries in Africa, are the only ones that have something like a policy or any related document within this area. So therefore, we have to make sure that we really improve on how we can be able to move this particular yardstick moving forward. The other aspect that we are seeing is the new statistics that came up from the IETU of assessing countries when it comes to national cybersecurity strategy deployment. And specifically looking at Africa, because Africa region has roughly about 5 countries in that particular tier 1. We've seen the Arab state have roughly about 2 countries in that tier 1. In the Arab state, we have Morocco and Egypt. And then when you come to the Africa section, we have Rwanda, Ghana, Kenya, and also other countries that have been included into those particular areas. And this shows a shift when it comes to what the African continent is actually doing. There's more African countries that are deploying national cybersecurity strategies, which is a big improvement. We are also seeing a shift when it comes to the area of protecting the infrastructure, especially when it comes to certs. And there's also a shift in terms of coordination at regional level and even continental level. And that to us signifies a big, big difference that many of the African countries are taking on board some of the best practices that we've seen and moving that yardstick to the next level. And what we've also seen are emerging areas such as cyber diplomacy, the discussion around nomity, the discussion around issues of confidence building measures. And this again has seen a very significant transformation. In fact, I should cite here, we have discussions around this area, especially I know GIZ and GFCE and also ECOWAS have been working in this space to make sure that they can be able to improve and be able to see what they need. And we have also seen areas such as many other countries trying to make sure that they can be able to understand the issue of nomities. And we've seen examples from the countries such as the Gambia and other countries in Africa trying to build capacity to make sure that people can be able to understand what the threats are within those areas. So as I go back, I think my slides have just come back, which is good. Let me try and give you a snippet of what the GFCE has been looking at. So what you see in front of you is actually our 3 areas that we really look at. So for example, we look at areas where we do coordination, knowledge sharing, and matchmaking. And these are areas that are very core to the GFCE. And looking at this, I would want just to zoom in some of the aspects that we have. And I think we are now on the chopping board, as they say. So which means I'll give you what we call the scorecard, which my colleague Muqtada Ali has just alluded to, but I'll try to see how this works. The hub is among many of the hubs that the GFC has set up. As you can see there, we do have the Africa hub, the Pacific, we have the Southeast Asia, we have the Americas and Caribbean, and We have also a hub in Europe. And mainly, we are looking at how to strengthen the regional global coordination, which is what we are doing here, embracing inclusivity, establishing global cyber capacity building agendas, and really moving the bar of cyber capacity building, especially when it comes to regional dynamics, because different regions have different needs, they have different requirements, they associate themselves in a very different way, and we are seeing that emerging in the continent. The hub itself works very much in tandem with a number of organizations, and I can't say more because it's already been said. We have been working very hard with African Union through NEPAD. We have worked very hard with some of you in your own countries. And again, we are working very hard with partners who are working within the continent and the global community of Africa cyber expertise. And some of you who are here were in this particular journey with the hub, building the expertise, because we want the South to South collaboration within the hub, which is very, very important. I'll just stress one significant aim of the hub is to make sure that we can strengthen cyber capacity building and cyber resilience, as said by the AUC. This is very fundamental for the continent so that we have a stable infrastructure. Aspects of what we are looking at, I just want to be very brief again, is that we've got pillar documents, and our director talked about it, and also Bernard mentioned, we've got what we call 2 documents, that's the Africa agenda on cyber capacity building, and this agenda, we are already embarking on how we can be able to establish and be able to implement the content of that particular agenda, and the meeting today evening will be looking at those areas. We also have a pillar document, which I'll talk about shortly, of the Accra Call. And the Accra Call, for those of you who were in Ghana last year in November, we were talking about how do we make sure that cyber is resilient, and we have what we call the delivery of making sure that services are secure within the continent. We've talked about establishing what we call the resource capability within the continent. The experts who are here, and many experts who are listening through the online stream, and others who are not here and they're making their way here, are a valuable resource for the continent. And this is something that we really have to emphasize. So therefore, the experts community is a very fundamental key area as we look at mobilizing resources, as we've said before, from development partners who are here, whether it's FCD or GIZ and others, and also member countries who are supporting, including African countries, as we know them well. We're also looking at a number of areas, and I don't want to really expand much on this because it will be discussed in some of the sessions. And just to point out, as I talked earlier, cyber diplomacy is emerging as one area where we really need to build capacity going forward. We are seeing emerging technologies as another area that we really need to look at and build strategies that can enable countries to be able to adopt and to be able to cope with emerging technology, not only AI, but technologies that are related to that. There is a clearinghouse process, and I know Jacqueline, who is here, she's worked with us before. She knows exactly how the clearinghouse process is, and many of the countries here have actually asked the GFCE to be a part of that clearinghouse process. And we also have a very huge repository of information called the CBOL portal that many of you can be able to get access. I just want to make also a mention on the issue of inclusivity. I think there's no doubt that the continent and even the world, women make 51% of the population. So it's only important that we have an inclusive aspect when we come to capacity building, especially when it comes to digital capacity building. And within the GFCE, the network of African women in cyber, and I think the executive director is here, Aisha Jeridish is here, and also with women in cyber capacity building, headed by our colleague Luanda, who will actually be talking about it very shortly in one of the sessions. So these are very pillar 2 areas that are really pushing the bounds of where we can include women and others. And I know there are so many partners who are here working in the same space, and I'm sure during the session they'll be able to look at that. The area of emerging technologies, I can't express any further, but we are looking at other areas, as you can see there, which we are also very keen to look at. The CBOL portal, which I will urge most of you to access, has tons of information. So we have publications, projects, and we've got different actors who are here, and even publication of events that you can even have a look, as I talked about it. The area of working groups is important. The GFC has roughly about 6 working groups, as you can see there. I'll just emphasize the working group 6, which actually looks at gender mainstreaming and inclusivity. So it rides across all those other working groups when you look at what we come up, especially when it comes to discussions and feeding that information that comes out of the working groups into other areas. Just briefly, I'll just touch on the ACRA call. For those of you who are not aware, there's a code there, you can actually access it. The ACRA call has a number of tenets. There are a number of action frameworks. There are roughly about 16 non-binding voluntary directional settings for actions. Some of these actually look at how we can mobilize all stakeholders towards strengthening the role of cyber resilience for sustainable development, and more importantly, really bringing forward the advancement of cyber capacity building within the areas of our jurisdiction. There are more than 60 countries and governments that have actually, and organizations rather, that have subscribed to that. You can be able to link into that and be able to support and be able to be part of this through that particular code that I've just shared. And then you can be able to make sure that we can be able to interact in future. The other document that we have, and the other aspect, is the Africa Agenda on Cyber Capacity Building. And this is something that will be discussed later on in a session that has just been mentioned by Bernard. There are 6 areas that we are looking at, and these areas have been really been the work of the earlier project that Mukhtar Edali talked about, where we looked at the AU and the GFCE collaboration. And these gaps are the common gaps that we see today, whether you're looking at areas of development of strategies, whether it is the issue of critical infrastructure, or even in areas of national and regional and international cooperation as we know it today. Just briefly, there are a number of areas of collaboration, and I don't want to really expand on that. And some of the organizations that are here, we've been working with them. I just wanted to mention one particular issue here, especially when it comes to IGF collaboration. And I'm pleased to see some of the IGF representatives who are here. I can see the president of the North African IGF, who is also here. The other colleagues from the Mano River Union IGF, and I can see others who are here, that we've worked together to make sure that we can be able to cumulatively bring what we call the dividends of what GFCE can bring to some of our work. The clearinghouse is a process that is there for you. You can be able to work through this particular process, and I don't want to go into details to that, but what we do is that we look at the requirements of member states, we look at the requirements of organizations that come to the GFC on specific needs. That is then matched with the ecosystem, whether it is the donor agencies or they are what we call implementing agencies, or even partners who work with the GFC to be able to satisfy those particular gaps. And I'm sure some of you here have actually benefited from that kind of like engagement. Finally, I just wanted to point out on the aspects of cyber diplomacy. There are so many initiatives, and my colleague Velimir will talk about this with the other fellow panelists. We'll talk about how to take this forward. Just to point out, I know ECOWAS has been in the forefront of pushing the understanding of cyber diplomacy, building norms and CBMs. And I know for Falake, who will come in one of the sessions, will highlight many of those areas. And then lastly, it's the project that I really wanted to mention, which we are looking at with KPMG. And I know our colleagues from KPMG are making their way here. This is a project that is looking at how we can be able to help Togo to develop what we call a Center for Cyber Capacity Research or Cybersecurity Research within Togo. There will be a session on this particular project tomorrow at CR3. So for those of you who have time, you can come there. And I also want to just acknowledge one of the Togolese representatives who is here, Palakiem. I think he's here somewhere. So he will be there to make sure that we can be able to talk about this particular project. And lastly, we shall be able to see you again, most probably in Riyadh. And also, I wanted you to take note of that event that is coming up in Switzerland, where we'll be talking about GC3B and many other events that are coming up. With those few remarks, I wanted to stop there and hand back the floor to Maria.
Thank you, Martin, for this very comprehensive overview of the GFC activities. I think what is really important here to remember is that none of this would be possible without your collaboration, without your input and participation, but most importantly, without our partnerships. And I think it really is events like these that show the power that we as a community are and the strength that we as a community are. So thank you very much, everyone, for being here. And let us give another round of applause to all these panelists as we start our sessions, moderated sessions. I would like now to call on the stage kindly Mr. Walid Hamdi, who's already here, so that is amazing. Mr. Mohamed Farahat, and Ms. Aretha Mayer, as well as Mr. Abdul Hakim Ajitola, who will be the moderator for the session Implementation of Africa AI Strategy, Cybersecurity Strategy Blueprints, and Malabo Convention.
Is Mohammed's somebody online. Okay, there's somebody. It's okay. They can shape it now. They can be on because they're
Okay, good morning, everybody. Are we awake? Okay, good. So, good day, esteemed colleagues and distinguished guests. Let me first of all thank the UNECA, the GFCE, our various development partners, and definitely the unsung heroes and heroines that are all around us that have made today possible and made this meeting workable. So certainly it's an honor to welcome you to this important session on the implementation of Africa's AI strategy. Also on the, I think, Smart Africa Cybersecurity Strategy Blueprint and the Malabo Convention, which, as I think many of us are aware, has actually gone into effect. But having said that, with only 16 countries that have ratified it, we need 17. Thank you. Last week it was 16. Yeah. Okay, so you see, it's changing every week. So that's good news. But the point is that 17 out of 54 or 55, depending on how you count, still means that there's a little way to go. So we are definitely at a pivotal juncture for Africa. As Mukhtar, I believe, had indicated, we are rapidly adapting some of these technologies. And like I told him this morning, it has to be a bipedal approach, like walking. You take a step for access, you need to take a step for security. If you don't trust the access, you won't use it. That said, we're going to discuss today the African Union's AI strategy, and I said the Smart Africa Cybersecurity Blueprint. I believe there was also a gap analysis, and that's Malabo Convention. So we have a distinguished panel of experts. I see our lady is online. We miss you, Madam, and we hope you'll be able to join us in person for subsequent events. But together we shall explore not only how these initiatives are shaping Africa's digital future, but also the challenges and practical steps. I hope we focus on the practical steps. And so I'm eager to hear from each of our panelists on how we can collaboratively realize a secure, innovative, just, inclusive digital landscape for Africa. So if I may, I will start with Mr. Walid Hamdi from the AU. We have very little time, but if you could very quickly just tell us, in your view, what are the foundational pillars for Africa's AI strategy? And how do you foresee these pillars aligning with digital sovereignty across the continent?
Thank you so much, Doctor. Again, a very good morning to everyone. So when it comes to the African AI strategy, so the strategy is a kind of like a continental level directive document. In that document, we have 5 main pillars. The first pillar is how to maximize the benefits of this emerging technology, of this AI technology. Under that pillar, we're trying to spoke on things like how to identify strategic sectors where AI can help leapfrogging the development of specific and strategic sectors, and also try to kind of like encourage public sectors, private sector, to look at the use of this emerging technology and how it can help them realize their strategies or kind of like help them with the priorities in each sector. The second pillar is mostly about building the capabilities, because AI is an emerging technology. Still, we have some kind of like skill gap, and we have a lot to kind of like follow and capture. So building the necessary capabilities and trying to encourage studies on AI and research on AI is also under the second pillar. The third pillar is where is also this kind of like intersect with cybersecurity, is to minimize AI risks by being very cautious about the risks that can be imposed by the use of AI technologies. And also, we're trying to look at in this pillar, under this pillar, we try to look under the like cybersecurity threats, but not only the technical. Also, there are things like the gender divides and all this and misinformation and all these well-known risks associated with the use of the AI. The fourth one is the public-private partnerships and investment. Where we are trying to create this ecosystem between private sector, public sector, other ecosystem players like academia and SMEs in terms of building healthy AI ecosystems. The last pillar, which is the pillar number 5, it's the regional and intercontinental cooperation and collaboration. And this is very vital because I think we are all in Africa and globally, we are still there is a learning curve. We are still learning, especially that there is, of course, efforts on this AI kind of like use and implementation, but still we have some kind of like learning curve. So we encourage in the strategy our member states to utilize the regional collaboration and the global collaboration. So those are the main pillars in the strategies, and those are kind of like the pillars aligned with our member states kind of like interest, because this is a strategy that we call it an AU strategy, but actually we work hand by hand with our African AI group, our member states, to understand and for them also to share with us their interest. And of course, it was validated by the member states. So I believe it satisfies their needs when it comes to alignment with their interests.
Thank you. If I may move to Mohammed Farhat. So you are the lawyer, so we better be careful what we say. What are the primary legal and policy gaps that the Malabo Convention aims to address? And how close do you think we are to greater ratification across the continent? How do we move from, I don't know, 17 to maybe 46?
Okay.
Martin.
Thanks for having me for this. I think it's very excellent panel. I will try to be straight, as always. We used to be straight, just in points. I think if we back to answer your questions, or the first part of your question, I have to back to 2014. And when we went back to 2014, and if we make a survey, which countries has data protection law and cybersecurity laws, maybe we'll find a few numbers of countries. So I think this is one of the main reason to have the convention, to fill the gap in the legislation in national levels. This is one. And I think the convention is clearly mentioned that in the introduction, they highlighted on the lack of legislation related to privacy, related to data protection and cybersecurity in the continent. So I think this is one, or not one, but I think this is the main issue why they decided to, or the African countries in the regional level decided to have this convention. And finally, they have the convention. But what happened after that is another issue. Let me to move to the other part, because this is a story. What happened after that? Because we now 2024, and the convention is adopted 10 years ago. And now we have only 17 countries ratify the convention out of 45 countries in the continent. 54, yeah. 54, 53, it depends on the fish. So I think we are still away from, because we at least from my point of view, to consider this convention as continental convention, I think 50% of the countries have to ratify. This is a minimum standard, or this is the at least 50% of the countries. But so let's say we still have, okay, we can say 10 countries. We're waiting for the other new 2 countries to ratify, to consider this convention as continent. But now, all the countries in the continent not obliged by this convention, except the 17 countries who ratify. So this convention, it's only for these 17 countries. We cannot say. So I think what we can do to increase the number of the ratification, I think we have to review the convention. We need to back to the roots to know exactly why the countries relented to or refused to ratify. I think there is a reason. I think there is maybe political will, maybe other reason, maybe they say after what happened in the technology, because then technology is developing every day. Maybe they find that this convention is not valid, and this now after 10 years, maybe they saw that the national convention maybe is more strong than this convention. So we need to research about the reason why the countries adopted the convention, and after that they refused and rejected to ratify. So when we reach to this reason, we can speak. Yeah, thank you.
Excellent. But the only thing I would add, sir, is that if you do not ratify it, you cannot be part of the decision making to amend it.
Exactly.
So one would encourage countries, if you have a problem with it, adopt it with caveats. I think you can have, right?
Yes, I think I mentioned that because I thought in according to the international law, as the country is not a part of this convention, so it's not obligation, and they're not interested to amend it or not amend. I'm not a part of this. This is not my interest to adopt or to amend or something.
No, but what I'm saying, you can adopt with particular provision, reservation.
But okay, there is from legal perspective that and under international law, the countries have a right to adopt the convention, but make some reservations. This at least didn't happen in this convention. The most of countries didn't ratify from the beginning. I can ratify, and also I can say that okay, so I have a reservation on Article 1 and 3 and 5. So that means that okay, all other articles will be obliged for me, but except this one. Yes. This is not our case in Malabo Convention.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Ms. Aretha, are you hearing us? Welcome.
Yes,
so what key indicators do you think we should focus on to assess tangible progress in these frameworks, and I'm specifically referring to the Africa AI strategy, the Smart Africa Cybersecurity Blueprint, and the Malabo Convention that we just talked about. And how when we take it in the context of improving regional security and digital development, if you could take that forward for us.
Thank you very much for having me. I very much appreciate. And I will start by just quickly introducing Smart Africa and the work that we're doing within cybersecurity, and then go on to respond to your question. So Smart Africa works around three main areas. The first one is building resilient and sustainable digital infrastructure. And then the second one is facilitating agile policy and regulatory harmonization so that we can attract investments within the sector. And then the third one is to leverage and accelerate the adoption and uptake of digital public goods and services. And the cybersecurity project sits under the digital infrastructure program. And we are happy to have developed the cybersecurity blueprint in 2022 under the political leadership of the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire, and working very closely with Smart Africa Alliance members, of which GFCE was represented. And going on to the question, I'm very happy that the discussion is bringing in the dependencies between these various frameworks: data protection and privacy, AI, cybersecurity, which I think is very, very important and critical. And I think my colleagues that spoke earlier touched a bit on what we need to be focusing on. And I think one of the main key indicators is to follow through the adoption and implementation of these regional frameworks and the recommendations that came out of it. And then the second indicator that we need to focus on is addressing regulatory gaps. And I'll speak through what Smart Africa is doing in terms of addressing capacity building gaps for policy and decision makers. It is very important for us to build the competencies that are required to govern and implement these frameworks. We are also supporting countries to develop national strategies around data and cybersecurity as well. We've gone to establish our cybersecurity innovation centers to even cement further that capacity and talent development angle. And I think one of the key areas that I really want to emphasize on is building the capacity to be able to assess the implementation as well as the impact, particularly the socio-economic impact of the regulations that we are establishing, and being able to be agile enough to adapt according to the learnings that we get. What we have realized is that it is not very clear, and it's very difficult to come up across information that tell us, for example, how much the data economy or even the AI economy will bring to directly to the African economy broadly. So this is an area that I think we need to focus on and build the capacities to do that. I will hand over back to you and then wait for the next question.
Thank you very much. This is a very short session. We've already done more than 50% of our time. So before we go to the next round, may I throw out to participants, maybe starting on the left here, any questions or comments? If it's a comment, please make it 30 seconds. Any comments, please? Yes, sir.
Yeah, good morning, members. Evans representing Afripol. And on this issue, mainly on this, hearing about the strategy and the convention, my question revolves about the law enforcement capacities. What are the considerations that have been put into place to support the law enforcement capacities around this area on AI? And in terms of Afripol now getting into collaboration with GFCE, what are the future impacts we might see in terms of law enforcement in this area? Thank you.
Thank you. Let me take one other question from the right-hand side. Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm Jimson Olufuye. I want to say thank you so much for the workshop. Mohamed, like I gathered from report online that the Malabo Convention is already in force since Mauritania ratified. So my question is, why is it that we cannot begin to operationalize, maybe set up operational desk and let those countries begin to work together? Because you mentioned that we still need 6 more countries for it to be really implemented. Why can't those that are already signing begin to operationalize it? And the last comment I have is that with regard to the AI, I want to suggest that it would be good with strategies that we should have operational plans. Because when we talk of strategies, it is omnibus, big picture, but operationalization is so important, and I find it missing in many of the discussion.
Excellent. So, Mr. Mohammed Farad, first question, and I'll let Mr. Walid answer the second one.
So for the capacity spending about related to AI, we know that one of the challenge of using AI now is the capacity building, not for the law enforcement or not for the engineering, but for everyone who are like be in the position to using AI and dealing with AI. So we can like include doctors, we can include judges, we can include police officers, we can include prosecutors, everything. So one of the challenges, the lack of capacity building. So I think the capacity building for the law enforcement is one of the requirements before, because let me, the direct impact or adverse impact of AI, it's on human rights. When we come to the human rights, we'll back to the law enforcement person. So they need to build their capacity about how to use AI, especially when we come to dealing with data protection and privacy and surveillance and other things. So this is one of requirement or I think Dr. Martin also highlighted this in his presentation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much for the question. I think now it's just around operationalization. So now, if we look at now, we have 17 countries who are ratifying the Malabo Convention, and at the same time, we think that it's now there is a need to revisit and to update the Malabo Convention, because it's now since 2024, since 2014, and now the 2020 for 10 years, and the cybersecurity, as Dr. Farhat mentioned, is a very dynamic space or field. So there is a need to revisit and update the Malabo Convention, and we think that it goes hand by hand in terms of encouraging other African countries to come on board. So we're working on that. We're trying to update, we're trying to make it really useful in terms of what's the cybersecurity currently, or the threats currently that might be faced by the member states in Africa. And that, I think, by itself will be a driver for other countries to join. Regarding the AI implementation, I'm sorry, maybe I didn't mention, but the African AI strategy, it comes with the 5 years implementation plan. Currently, we are now validated with our member states. And once we are done from this validation, there will be an implementation plan in place already for our member states to ease maybe the aspect of the implementation on ground. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
So is this available online?
Working document.
Yeah. We need a lady to ask a question, please. We do need to be gender sensitive. So, ladies, come on, speak now. Forever hold your peace. Aisha, Zarifa, aha.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for having us. We have a lot of these initiatives from different organizations. I'm happy that the lady from Smart Africa is here, because we have Africa Network for Cyber Security Authorities. We have organizations like the Africa SAT, we have the GFCE. So how do we unify all the initiatives coming from these organizations? It feels somehow like we're working in silos instead of collectively. We have different documents, different strategies coming from all these organizations. So how do we make them aligned, or how do we streamline these initiatives for better results? Thank you.
Thank you so much, my sister, for this very good question. Well, African Union is the continental organization. So when we work with our stakeholders, such as Smart Africa, of course, our implementing agency of the NEPAD, we tend to always, when we work on something, we tend to invite all stakeholders for validations and for consultation sessions. And normally, the continental strategies is the referral or is the directive for other initiatives. Yes, you are right. It might sound the same thing, but we do coordinate with Smart Africa, of course, with our implementing agency. We do coordinate in terms of that. It might look like they are the same thing. But Africa is a very big continent. Africa is a very big continent with different regions. So it's really a matter of coordinate the resources. So Smart Africa, yes, they have their initiatives, but Smart Africa working at like same they're working our member states. So basically, so they operate, they support, they implement, we are also, as an African Union, we are also in the steering committee of Smart Africa. So there is a coordination. Maybe it's not visible, but definitely there is a coordination, and definitely we work together, and we kind of like try to maximize the benefit of the member states by, of course, not repeating the same thing or rework the same initiatives. Thank you.
Aretha, do you want to add to this, please?
Yes, I'm not sure if I'd mentioned it, but we participated as task force members in the development of the AI strategy, in the development of the continental data policy framework. So there is that collaboration, like you mentioned, they co-chair the steering committee for Smart Africa. So there is that relationship and complementarity between the organization. So maybe it might not appear outside, but there is very deep collaboration between the organizations. And I wanted to quickly add on, for example, the cybersecurity blueprint and all the blueprints within Smart Africa, they are a step lower than the continental framework. So when, for example, the data policy framework came out, then we developed the the Pan-African blueprint on data governance based on the recommendations that came from the data policy framework. So they are a step lower in terms of implementation. Back to you, Abdul.
Thank you very much. I understand there's a question online. I can't see, but could the person ask the question, please? Question, hold on, sir. Question online? Okay. Let me give 30 seconds to, let me give 30 seconds.
Yeah.
I'm going to, okay.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you so much.
No,
my name is Lufunoti. I'm with Orisa Consulting, and I'm based in South Africa. I have been participating in the formulation as part of the consultation from the African Union when they were developing the AI strategy, and the Malabo Convention is central to the implementation of the AU AI strategy. So with the reports that we are getting now, I just wanted to understand, how do we make sure that Malabo Convention is implemented and supported by the EU member states? Because if we do not have it being supported, the AI strategy is going to be impacted on the negative. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we get into answering that, can I give Martin 30 seconds to respond? Because you asked about law enforcement and GFCE, before we forget about that thread.
Thank you very much. Let me just try and put a perspective. GFCE has an engagement, what do you call an MOU with Afripol. And one of the aspects that we are looking at, which was alluded by the Outer NEPAD speaker, Bernard, was that within the Africa agenda, that I talked about, we do have a stream of actions that we are exploiting with the likes of Afripol. For example, we need to coordinate around different players who are playing in the same area of, let's say, law enforcement, because we do have players who are playing in the equipment side. We've got the law enforcement themselves. We've got also the countries. We've got people from the legal department, the judiciary. They all play a role in this area. And our view is that if we can thread through different organizations that are doing similar things, then we can save on resources and also make sure that we are able to channel our sort of energy and resources into the right places. So that's one aspect that we're looking at. Number one is to look at the Africa agenda on cyber capacity development and look at how we can implement those areas with the likes of Afripol. Number two, coordinate within the players in the continent on common areas that we can work together rather than duplicating and wasting resources. And then thirdly, making sure that when donor agencies, development partners come to talk to us, they can be able to put money where it is actually required. Thank you.
Thank you. So before we go to the question over there, hold on. Before we forget what was asked online, let's at least address that, please.
Thank you so much for the sister who asked the question online. So yes, you are right. But it's not only the Malabo Convention that we have. We have our digital transformation strategy for Africa, which speaks to the cybersecurity. And cybersecurity is one of the flagship projects under the agenda, African Agenda 2063. So as I mentioned, we are in progress of having the African cybersecurity strategy. This is a work in progress, and hand in hand with that, we are also working on updating and upgrading the Malabo Convention. So it's not just the Malabo Convention; it's also other cybersecurity initiatives that we are trying to work on, and we are trying also to see the nexus between all these fields. Cybersecurity is part of AI, and AI is part of cybersecurity. So yes, we are currently working on this integration. Thank you.
We're going to start rounding up. So question one, question two. Please make it very snappy. We are running out of time. Thank you.
Merci. Je vais. Merci. Je vais me présenter. Je suis Eric Armand Doumba. Je suis conseiller aux télécommunications du ministre en charge de l'économie numérique de la République du Congo. Et je suis le président du Centre africain de recherche en intelligence artificielle qui a été mis en place avec la CIA. Alors, je n'ai pas assisté au début du panel, mais ma question va être beaucoup plus focalisée sur GFCE, parce que nous venons récemment de faire la formation des corps judiciaires et des forces de répression, justement sur les techniques d'enquête criminelle dans le domaine du numérique, qui est un des piliers normalement de GFCE. Ma question est de savoir, parce que toutes les fois que nous faisons des demandes au niveau de GFCE pour nous envoyer de la ressource pour les formations au niveau national, nous n'avons toujours pas de retour, alors que GFCE a pour vocation de supporter les États, d'aider les États dans ce genre de formation. Donc ma question, quelle est la méthodologie, quelle est la procédure pour véritablement recevoir de la ressource venant de GFCE en matière de formation sur la cybercriminalité? Merci.
Two.
Quickly, I want to refer back to the Malabo Convention. I think for the past 5 years. Good, thank you. I would like to quickly refer back to the issue about the Malabo Convention. I think for the past 5 years that I've been actively involved in cyber capacity building programs. We have been, praying, hoping, wishing that we will get enough countries to ratify the convention. I just wanted to find out from the AU and partners, of course, what efforts are being made to engage more constructively with the countries rather than just wait and even raise awareness. I work as a cybersecurity awareness specialist, and one of the things that we focus on is to make sure that we capacitate them on appropriate decision making when it comes to cyber capacity building programs. What are we doing, even lobbying, to really raise awareness and make them realize that how critical the decisions are needed at this point in time. Sorry about that.
Yes, we have 1 minute, 15 seconds. So if you could do it in 30 seconds, but I would ask that the brother from Congo take this comment offline with GFCE because it will be too long to answer in the, anyway, Walid, I think it's for you.
Thank you so much. I think this discussion, what we are trying now to kind of like utilize the cyber diplomacy in terms of talking to our diplomats in Addis where we meet with them. We're trying to have this conversation. We're trying to kind of like draw the attention that the impact of joining this Malabo Convention. So it's in my personal view, it's a cyber diplomacy, like mentioned by Dr. Martin, and we are now trying to strengthen this bilateral conversation, so we can really highlight the impact because it's. And you mentioned that yourself, you are from technical background, but this is actually a collaborative between policymakers, diplomats, technical people. So the conversation is there, but we might need also to focus more on the cyber diplomacy now, kind of highlight the impact of these initiatives. Thank you.
Very quick.
Quickly, I would like also to stress that the responsibility to encourage the countries to join the convention is not only EU responsibility, but also it's civil society responsibility. I think the civil society in each country have to push and make the advocacy and take action with their own governments to push them or to convince them to raise awareness between the people and the government about the importance to join these countries. I think this is one of the rule of civil society in each country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're actually out of time, but I'm going to crave that the organizers give us just maybe 2 minutes more. And I just want, sorry, Martin, we're out of time. So I'm going to start with Aretha. 30 seconds, because I'm not even going to ask you another question. Just to, what parting thoughts do you have for us? 30 seconds, please.
Yes, I think this is something that I was supposed to talk about, which I'll just highlight the need for cross-sector collaboration and also cross-border collaboration, which we have started through the African Network of Cybersecurity Authorities. And then I'll also emphasize the need to increase women's participation in cybersecurity, like my colleague earlier mentioned. Thank you so much.
Please. Second, let me also to this opportunity to answer James' question. It's important to differentiate between the effectiveness of the conventions or the action make the convention or the implementation or start the date of the implementation or make the convention come to into force. This is an issue. The convention should be implementing because it's come to end force after Mauritania ratified. But that's not mean to be effective because we have a lot of countries still not obliged by this convention. Thank you.
Walid, last.
Yeah, I'll use my 30 seconds to kind of urge everyone to participate on all these efforts that we are doing with our member states, with our stakeholders. And let's also focus on the African citizens, societies, benefits while we are in the making of benefits from all these technologies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do apologize if I've been a little gruff and aggressive. It's just there was a lot of time pressure. A couple of things just to drop for us to have further conversations and food for thought. Number one, I think we need to move beyond cyber diplomacy to anticipatory diplomacy. We now have quantum, we have IoTs, we have so many other things coming over the horizon. And they affect the behavior of nation states. So I think we need to, of course, cyber diplomacy is a component of anticipatory diplomacy. The second area I think we should have more conversations about is AI and faith. Because AI is all knowing, all seeing, all everything. And we're already seeing people beginning to worship quote unquote. So I think it's another continental conversation. But most importantly, I think as we do what we do, please let us always factor the underserved, the unserved, and the unborn. I'm a Seganello. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Ajijola. Let's give them a round of applause, especially for the AUC and Mohammed, Ajijola, and of course, Aretha, all the way from Kigali, and the panelists who are here and participants, and also for those of you who are online. So I'll be temporarily your MC because my colleague, she's just coming shortly. The next session is a very important session. We shall be looking at the advancing of cyber capacity in Africa, a focus on gender diversity. This panel consists of Luanda, who is somewhere remotely, and I can see her there on the screen. We've got Aisha Jaridi, Jacqueline Bateguana, and of course, Jacqueline Fink. So please come and take your seats while we welcome you in this particular agenda. So let's remain seated, and I just wanted to acknowledge the participants who have just come in. Let's remain seated as we welcome the next panel. Thank you.
Okay, dear colleagues, I think we're gonna start this new session. I'd like to thank my panelists for being here today. So we'll be discussing on advancing cyber capacity building in Africa, a focus on gender diversity. I think that there's no longer the need to make the statement that there is gender inequality and that it perseveres not only everywhere, but specifically in cyber. There are gaps, there's systemic barriers, and there's contributing factors that increase these inequalities. So I'm very glad to be here today as we will be tackling these gaps, but also providing recommendations and key action plans for you all to take back home and be able to implement these to be able to reduce inequalities in cyber capacity building. So we will first start by a round of questions with my panelists, then a second round of questions, and we'll open up the floor to everyone else, as this should also be an engaging session. Luanda, if I can first turn the floor to you, would you be able to tell us about the systemic barriers that you have witnessed are preventing greater gender diversity in the cyber capacity building workforce and how it impacts on skills development?
Thank you, Marian, and great to see all of you and my colleagues there. And I want to also use this opportunity to congratulate you on this great event. So let's start by acknowledging that barriers the women face in cybersecurity are strikingly similar worldwide, including in Africa. Globally, women comprise just 25% of the cybersecurity workforce, whereas in Africa, this number drops even further to only 9%. A stark reminder of the untapped potential in the region. As there are many structural barriers, as Marian mentioned, let me just focus on the education employment gap and try to make this more contextual. While in the global push for women in STEM education has made some progress, what we see is the translation of educational achievement into actual employment opportunity for women in cybersecurity remains a significant challenge. There is a clear disconnect between education and market needs that when it comes to women, it further puts them in a challenging position and in a disadvantaged position. In Africa and beyond, educational institutions often do not align the curricular programs when it comes to cybersecurity because of the rapidly evolving demands of the cybersecurity industries. So the women that are graduating with STEM degrees may find that their skills are either outdated or not directly applicable to the cybersecurity roles. If we further look at this in the cybersecurity, this is it's even seen as a niche, as a field, and there is a requirement for secondary specialization within the STEM. So women generally in this studying STEM are unaware of these programs, but also of the career paths that are available to them. Why is this a problem or another structural maybe barrier when we look at this specifically education employment gap as a key theme? Many women lack access to mentors or role models who can help them navigate the career in cybersecurity. And many studies and initiatives that we work across our partners and members at GFCE show that without guidance, women are less likely to transition into the male-dominated fields. And this prevents, and I think showcase the lack of women participated in the labor force when it comes to cybersecurity. What are the other challenges for this gap? When we look at organizations that are hiring as private sector and actually in government institutions with that have a critical infrastructure component to them, they expect that employees come fully baked with skills. This expectation excludes women who could otherwise thrive if given the chance to grow through apprenticeship or entry-level roles. And the women who do not enter the field frequently they encounter more biases, so limiting their opportunities to advancing and making workplace less welcoming. In Africa, specifically, what we see with private sector, for example, African organizations or private institutions often consolidate multiple roles into one due to resource constraints. For example, a single cybersecurity analyst might be expected to also handle incident response or compliance or identity management simultaneously. This high-pressure environment can also discourage women from entering, or another issue that we see, staying in the field. So that's why the number that we see in Africa, the 9%, it's quite a worrisome figure. And lastly, when we talk about barriers, it's and why it's economic barriers. So I think these economic challenges exaggerate the issue when it comes to women. In Africa, where resources for STEM education are already limited, women find and face financial hurdles that make them more difficult to pursue cybersecurity roles through certifications or training required for the cybersecurity jobs. For instance, gaining certifications like CompTIA Security Plus or CISP, they can be extremely expensive for women just entering the workforce. And lastly, what I would like to mention, why closing the education employment gap matters and addressing these barriers that relate to this is that cybersecurity as an ecosystem depends on a robust talent pipeline. And when the half of the population is excluded from the workforce, we lose the diversity of thought, the innovation, the problem solving that women can bring to the cybersecurity. So diverse teams have been proven to outperform homogeneous groups in addressing complex problems. So exactly what the cybersecurity field needs is diversity in teams, including gender diversity, because the threats are becoming more complex, more sophisticated. And then—
All right, thank you. Sorry, Lauren, I think we're running out of time for that one, but I'll give the floor back to you shortly. So I think that's really interesting, and it's really important to highlight indeed that the environment itself and the opportunities that they are make it challenging to have gender balance in cyber. Turning now to Aisha. Aisha, thank you so much for joining us today. So I'm wondering if you would be able to highlight some key factors that are contributing to the underrepresentation of women in Africa and the impact that it has on development of gender-responsive cyber capacity building ecosystems.
Thank you, Mariam. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, GFCE, for this invitation. I'm Aisha Jaridi. I'm the Executive Director of the Network of African Women in Cyber. Actually, there are a lot of factors, unfortunately, in Africa, many factors resulting in the underrepresentation of women. I can cite a few of them. So unfortunately, again, in Africa, we are still having these cultural and social norms in many African society. Traditional gender roles are and expectations often discourage women to integrate fields like technology and cybersecurity. These barriers also result in steering them away from the professions or careers in technology in favor of careers of socially accepted professions and careers. So also the perception that technology is a male-oriented is still dominant in many African regions. Unfortunately, for women, this is what does not really boost women confidence to enter these fields and get a career there. So my second point is about the limited access to education. Is what Luanda has already said. It's the access to quality education, particularly in STEM disciplines. So it is a significant challenge, even though we are in a growing recognition of the need of digital literacy. We still have women and girls who do not have access to education. So this is mainly the major barrier in education. Also, the scarcity of affordable, high-quality training programs, the programs that NGOs provide, the programs not only the government provide, but other actors provide. There are programs, but they are not really sufficient and do not cope with the need of women, of the growing need of women in rural areas, especially because we are still talking about rural and urban divide. So, and there is a growing number of women in rural areas who do not really benefit from education in technology and in cybersecurity in particular. Also, it is sad to say that gender bias and discrimination is still there in the African societies. In the workplace, unconscious, it is unconscious. Gender biases and discrimination result in women being excluded from, not excluded, but taken to lead and to have a leading position in technology field. And lastly, which is most important, and which is in Lausi the point we are trying to make an impact in, is the lack of policy support and infrastructure. In Africa, many African countries lack robust policy and infrastructure to promote gender inclusivity of women and girls. And So without these intentional initiatives, we are not able to talk about an inclusive cybersecurity field. So I will stop here and give the floor to the other panelists. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aisha. I really like that one point that you made, that there is regional disparities, but there's also local disparities within the regions themselves. And while Luanda was speaking about a global and a regional level, it's also very important for us to remember that within the regions, there are local disparities as well that need to be kept in mind. You also mentioned policies, which leads me to my next question to Jacqueline Patigana. Great to see you. I'd love for you to tell us a bit about the disconnects that you've seen in partnerships between public, private, and civil society actors when it comes to resource and knowledge sharing to address cyber policy education gaps.
Thank you. Thank you to the GFCE for this invite. Is this one? No. Okay. Sorry?
Grey one.
Yeah, it's not working. Okay, I'll use this one. So thank you, GFCE, for this invite to the regional meeting. So good to be back to my first, second, third, I don't know, a home, one of my homes. The disconnect. I think the disconnect between public, private, and civil society actors in terms of, resource and knowledge sharing really comes from understanding of the issue and lack of data and insights on how big or small gender inequality in cyber is. Luanda was able to cite some numbers, and if you go and you try to do a deep dive into, as Aisha was saying, local context, local understanding of the gender disparity in cyber and ICT in general, you see that it's hard to understand what are the motives behind it, what specific countries may be going through, and the local context that Aisha was bringing to it. And so in addressing the issue, it becomes hard for you to come with a proposal that could actually look at addressing the issue, because you don't have a good understanding of those gender disparities in cyber capacity building, in the digital divide, generally speaking. And so there has to be better collection of data, regular collection of data, and disaggregated data on what is happening, within this realm, within our sector, within gender, so that you can then tackle based on evidence that has been collected. So I think my recommendation would be looking at skill building from a needs assessment, and to be able to have that needs assessment, do a real deep dive and frequent deep dive and analysis of data, existing data, so that you're doing policy that is based on evidence from specific regions, sub-regions, and national level context. I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, Jacqueline. I think the point of lack of data is very relevant everywhere in cyber capacity building, but ever so important when it comes to gender issues as well. So thank you for highlighting that. You discussed the need for needs assessments, and that leads me to my question to Jackie. I'm very grateful that you made it today, despite all the troubles with traveling. In your experience, where do you see that companies fall short when it comes to assessing gender inequalities when they're implementing a new product, services, or they're gonna be conducting a new service?
Oh. Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm also very truly happy to be in this country. I thought I was going to get a free ticket back and be deported yesterday. But luckily, ladies and gentlemen, us women in cybersecurity are very resilient. So we don't let things like a visa get us down. In the first instance, when I want to address your question, I want to say I am a cybersecurity professional who happens to be a woman. I'm very good at what I do. I'm in a very niche field. I'm actually in law. Don't shoot me right now. But we need to understand one thing. We need to think, if the time is not there, that we talk about cybersecurity specialists before we talk about gender. And the reason why I say that, ladies and gentlemen, is yes, there are disparities, but it is so easy to create an imbalance, to actually alienate women in the workplace when we focus too much on saying women should go there. I'm from South Africa, and we've seen a lot of these things happen, not necessarily just gender. But what we do is you actually go and create that impression that a woman got the job because she's a woman and not because she's good at what she does. So do we need policies? Do we need to consider these things? Yes, we do. But the proof is in the pudding. And even though we set the tone from the top, we need to understand that at some stage, this habit of seeing the excellence of women, we don't have to always preach it because it becomes the first thing that we do. We consider people in cybersecurity who happen to be women and who happen to be men. Now, if we take that policy and we come to your question in terms of operationalizing these things, because it doesn't help we have these wonderful policies and frameworks and it doesn't work on a ground level. So one of the things that I've seen that companies or organizations do wrong, that's the first thing. Trying to put a square peg in a round hole, trying to put a woman in what is considered a man's job, instead of focusing on the unique skills that women can bring. Man, can we multitask? Sometimes we are very good at asking for directions. And when we consider a new project or a new role within an organization, we have to start also looking at things like soft skills that women tend to be a little better at. Can we look at long, very arduous hours? Not always. Think about a lady that looks after kids, but these days the women and the men share in those responsibilities. So yes, there are unique skills, but balance in an organization what the needs of the job are and what your specific applicant should be. Don't create an environment where that lady that got the job is alienated and she's actually not able to express this extreme capabilities that she can bring to your organization. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jackie. These are very, very strong points, and I think food for thought. My plan was to go to the second questions, but we've had really strong points. So do we have any questions from the audience, maybe? Or anyone online either? Yes, please, go ahead.
Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah. I am Marissa from the Institute, and
They're not gonna be able to hear online. You can repeat it. I don't think it's working. That's the problem.
You can go ahead and I'll repeat your question for the audience as well.
Okay. It's actually just an addition. And I feel
As I want to add, thank you. Okay, it's on. I want to add on to Ms. Fick and say, I think also the problem is with us in this room and the fact that we think or assert that cybersecurity just has to do with the lawyers and people in tech, while there's so many other careers that are heavily densed with women, like HR, like nurses, and we fail to mention that there are courses like data protection for patients, like teaching them how to use AI machinery to carry out their day-to-day tasks. So the issue is not necessarily that there are no women in cyber security or AI course
when it is actually cross-sector
Would anyone like to respond to that?
Yeah, I think definitely to agree with Rorisang in the sense that indeed, I think when looking at capacity building or gender equality and mainstreaming gender and cyber capacity building, we really need to start looking at what cybersecurity as a profession is and deconstruct that. Because within that, you have, human factors, you have the law, you have, technical roles, you have a variety of roles that need to be filled in, and that indeed you can already leverage existing talents and applicable, transferable skills that exist within your human resources within one's population, but then you can also create where they may be lacking. And I think, in first addressing what is cyber security as a profession and breaking that down, and then going back to educational curricula and being able to develop curricula that indeed address the needs of the market, but then also making certifications, because I think, this is one of those professions where, because of how dynamic it is, there is a need for constant professional development, and we can't, jump away from that. So there has to be accessibility, affordability of certifications and training programs, so that indeed all in society can have an equal chance of filling those gaps in the needs of the workforce. But it all starts with definition of what it is to be a cybersecurity professional, and it's not one or two roles. There's a multiplicity of roles, and then based on that, what could be a career or a path, a career development path, and what needs to be filled in terms of skills, so that both women, men, and others can attain to fill those existing, I think, workforce gap that we know exists in our sector.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Do we have any other questions from the audience? Ma'am, over here.
Hi, am I audible? Hi, good morning. Husnia Mohammed from JZ. I had a question regarding, for example, combining analysis with, where the capacity building and awareness is done, because I think there may be areas that may not be given as much attention as they should. Areas that women are actually investing in. For example, you'd find that there's some industries that have a lot more women investing in or working around within these industries or sub-industries, but they are not really provided with the correct awareness about the risks that they may be exposed to in terms of cybersecurity. So I'm not talking in terms of expertise, I'm talking in terms of as a consumer of cybersecurity as women.
Thank you very much. We'll take a second question in the back there. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Jerome Okot. I work with Milima Security in Kampala, and I also tutor at Milima Cyber Academy. And this question is very close to my heart. And when I hear a comment from Ms. Jacqueline speaking with confidence about her profession, how I wish more women would speak that way of themselves. Now, why do I say this? Several times, and I think it's a very bad idea now to sympathize a lot with women trying to join the profession. Several times we've created avenues, even discounted the courses, but then women drag their feet. They struggle to join. The most recent cohort, I had about 3 out of 10 women who joined the training, but then 6 weeks later, they bailed. So could the challenge be with the tutors or the mode of delivery, or where is the problem? I think on the flip side, do we need to continue encouraging them, inspiring them more? Where are the women who are already in the field, deeply rooted? Are they trying to do a lot by themselves, or are they willing to extend advisory, maybe mentorship or something? That's something that still baffles me, because you can't create opportunities, create avenues, but people just don't want to take these opportunities up.
Thank you. We had one last question on that side, madam, and then we'll give it back to the speakers.
Okay, thank you. Cécile Adinamba
Spice Atangana from Cameroon, diplomat in the Ministry of External Relations. I have two concerns here. First of all, I want to ask myself if we don't have to start at the bottom by taking care of guiding girls on education, doing science, because it seems as if we are looking at the top and then we don't find girls that were trained, who are already women that can really manage cybersecurity or technical issues. For me, I think we have to start by guiding those little girls in doing scientific training for them to be ready at the time to come. And also, if I can just come across what my previous have just said, it seems as if I'm talking about our experience in Cameroon. Women are loaded with so many duties that sometimes they are so really real to do, but they are called upon many other things, and it finally makes them to feel as if it's only men that can do it, because we all here understand what it takes to do scientific and to manage internet security or cyber security. Women are called upon other duties that are heavy on them. And we also have some cultural aspects that are heavy also on women. You must take care of this, you must do this, you must be at home. You are not supposed to do this or that. And my second point here is that as a diplomat, I want to know, maybe I'm not an expert in cybersecurity, but I'm always called upon by those scientific or IC to come and give very sensitive data. And sometimes when they even want to keep those data, they ask for my consent, my permission, because I'm a control manager, for example. I'm managing so important and sensitive data in the Ministry of External Relations concerning diplomacy and e-visa and many other aspects, and even our diaspora. I want to know at this level, I'm not a technician, but what can be the place of such a woman like me, giving data, collecting data and specifying them, classifying them to put in the disposal of technician. This was my two concerns. Thank you.
Question. Jacqueline, would you maybe want to first say the question on data?
On data?
Yeah, the one that just happened. How do we categorize data? How do we collect it?
How do we collect it?
And categorize. Jackie, if you want to take it forward as well, that's fine.
The Jacqueline and Jackie's are combining our efforts here. Thank you. So in the first instance, the answer that I'm going to supply touches on a number of aspects raised by the questions you posed. The work that I've currently been doing on a cybersecurity skills framework, but for Africa, has showed me something. It showed that we actually as Africa need to start not on a career level, but we need to take cybersecurity as a basic human right. And up until the stage that we in South Africa as mothers and fathers tell our children that cybersecurity is a sexy career, do cybersecurity instead of becoming a doctor or a teacher or a lawyer, until then, we are not going to create that hunger. Because if we focus only on the careers, those specific ones that are techie orientated or law, we are not going to see the possibilities as my fellow South African race. We're not going to see those possibilities of the cybersecurity aspect that goes along with each and every career that you can possibly dream of. So also, this will help you, Mum, of seeing what is that role of a cybersecurity woman or a cybersecurity ambassador within your workspace. We all have data privacy. We all have cybersecurity. We all have passwords. Hopefully we don't share them, but we all have those basic aspects of cybersecurity that we implement, not necessarily because we've chosen a career to say that I'm a data analyst or a forensic or a digital specialist or a CSO or whatever, but because cybersecurity impacts me as a person before it impacts my career. On the data aspect, we need to let the data of our organizations work for us. We are very quick to go and say, but there's no global data and whatever. But what are you doing with data relating to cybersecurity, employment, and careers within your own organization? There are ways that we can then collate and then see where the data tells us a story. But we have to start at home. We have to start looking at what our own data is telling us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe to take back the question from the gentleman before, maybe let us reflect on what is happening, what makes it that women have to drop out of these curriculums, this education, because I do believe that we all want to be there, but we know that there's a gender inequality happening in the behind the scenes. So what would be so that these women have to drop out of it? I'd love to have your opinion on that, ladies.
Going back a little bit to data and how this, impacts the conversation that we're having today. GSMA has actually done some great reports on the gender digital divide and and the user journey of digital technologies and, digital space. What could be some of the barriers that influence women's usability or accessibility to those same technologies, and it starts with, first of all, I think affordability. If you already have something like a gender pay gap between the two sexes, then it impacts on how much of data you can buy. It impacts on what you can do with whatever extra income or income that you get at all. In terms of the digital technology. So this could be one. I think our ambassador here from Cameroon also touched on another aspect, which has to do with cultural expectations and just the cultural setting in which you come from, of the heavy duties, the loaded with duties of taking care of the children in the home, of having to cook, of having to clean, etc. Those are other, time constraints or duty constraints that inhibit women from inherently having time to be able to dedicate to the study of cybersecurity or the usage of ICT. So you will sometimes see women who've had, a basic phone, but don't move on to a smartphone, A, because of cost, but B, because they don't see the applicability of it, because they don't have the time to do it. And then when you're talking about technology, especially with, I think, physical infrastructure, the way that you design and you make available certain tools and technologies can inhibit one gender over the other, only because of physical safety. And I think we also touched on this a little bit, that if in your role you have to work, for instance, nights in a you're in a CSERT and you have to work nights, for a woman to be able to use public transportation to get to that job at 6 p.m. and then leave at 6 a.m. in the morning, the experience is going to be very different from a men's experience. So there's a lot of considerations that go into, creating this gender digital divide and gender cyber divide. Those need to be analyzed, and those are usually, I would argue, they're very much context relevant. So it would not do us any justice to go and observe what's going on in the US and then try and transpose that experience to Ethiopia. No, we need to see the cultural context of Ethiopia to then come up with solutions that address the Ethiopian or Nigerian or South African markets, for that matter. And I think that's where policy sometimes is not sometimes, but is the enabling tool that allows us to deconstruct those barriers that exist, and then allows equal access for all genders to technologies.
Thank you, Jacqueline, for this very, very passionate answer. We are completely running out of time, but I encourage everyone to go and ask questions to our panelists. They're going to be here today. Maybe with a one sentence each, could you please wrap this up, provide a recommendation, one last comment that you would all have, starting with Aisha, please.
Thank you so much, Marian. Actually, I'll use my time to react to what the audience has said, to bring something very important, which is closely linked to capacity building in cyber, which is awareness. Actually, in Africa, we do lack a great deal of awareness. Women are not aware of the main concept of cybersecurity. Being in cybersecurity does not mean that you understand critical or complex definition or technical concepts in cybersecurity. Being in cybersecurity also means understanding the threats, understanding how can you protect yourself online as a housewife, as a project holder, as an educator, as a nurse. This is very important. And what we lack in Africa is that the organizations are doing, some organizations are doing great work in terms of awareness, but some great help needs to come from governments and other private sector to spread this awareness among all sectors of the society in rural and as well as urban areas. That's in a nutshell what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Aisha. Jacqueline, go ahead.
All right, so I would say that, cyber capacity building is a competing priority, especially for developing countries, right along with education and health. And due to our restraint and constraints in resources, this is often, the bottleneck that we encounter when we are trying to strengthen our cyber capacity at a national level. That said, recently, in March of 2023, the Women in Digital Economy Fund was launched. It's a $60+ million fund that has grants from $500,000 to $1.5 million for solutions that address the gender digital divide. And one of the pillars is safety and security. So
Thank you. Sorry, I hit the question. Jackie, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. You don't want ladies to drop out of your programs? Speak to their hearts. And I want to leave you with a slogan to say, be a cybersecurity woman, be uniquely you, because what you are is going to make you great.
Luanda, to wrap this up.
And I agree with all, and just the structural changes that exist in other fields are amplified in cybersecurity. And I think my last word would be that we have to know the importance that diversity drives resilience. So by including women and different underrepresented groups in your team, it's not just an inclusion policy for that group of people, but it's also a win-win for addressing a 3.4 million global shortage of workforce in cybersecurity.
Thank you so much, Luanda. Thank you everyone for your input, and I strongly encourage you all to go talk to our panelists today. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Let's give them another round of applause. I think there's quite a lot to learn from that session. We do encourage those who are listening to us online that we shall make sure that the clip and the videos that have been taken will be available to everyone else to be able to follow up. Just a few announcements. I know coffee is brewed and it's ready. So my understanding is that we shall go first of all to have a photo session. When you just follow the usher ladies who are at the back or just near on my right, they will lead you to where the photo session will take place. And then after that, you can come back to your coffee, which will just be at the next to the door, near the door here. And then we should be able to assemble back according to the time here in 15 minutes time. So by 11:45 East African time. Let's assemble here at 11:45. There is coffee, and then after that you can have a photo session, and then that's what's happening. I've just been informed as well that your lunch is also ready, but it will be ready at some point. So we'll give you coupons which you're going to use for your lunch. To be honest, it's a deserved lunch because we really worked hard for it, and we know that many of you have had issues with visas and coming in. So that's all for now. Let's assemble at 11:45. But thank you so much, everyone, for listening, and we'll assemble at 11:45. Thank you. Yeah, let's settle down. Let's settle down. We're just about to start.
We start. Good.
Okay, I'll just hand over to Andrea, and she knows what to do.
Thank you very much, Martin. Welcome everyone back from the coffee break. And welcome to our panelists. We have a fantastic panel here. We have, I'll go in the order of the pictures you can see on the screen. We have Velimir Radicevic from GCFE, Program Coordinator. We have Fulake Olagunjo, alive to us from Abuja, I assume, Fulake, who is a director and really a pioneer in cybersecurity in Africa from ECOWAS. And is that Jacob? Oh, no, that's Sergio. He's here for the, Sergio, I'm very sorry to tell you that the meeting is running very late. You are actually on the next panel. This is the cyber diplomacy and cyber norms panel, but you're very welcome to stay with us. So your panel will start in about 40 minutes, 35 minutes. So sorry, Sergio, but it's still nice to see you here. And here on my right, we have Mr. Sanusi Drame from the Gambia, who's the director from the Ministry of Communications and Cybersecurity. So this panel is going to look at cyber norms and confidence building measures. Cyber norms themselves are a form of confidence building measures. And the panel is going to tell us what they feel the main achievements and challenges are. So to get us going, I'm going to ask Sanusi to start for us, just to give us just a minute overview of what you feel the state of play is of on cyber norms and capacity building measures on the continent as a whole. But if you can then sort of home in on your institution as well, although perhaps we'll come back to that in the next round. Let's start with the big picture. What is your view of the state of cyber norms, implementation, understanding, awareness in Africa at present?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think it's a very, very important question. The cyber norms are part and parcel of the normative framework, which includes international law, the UN Charter, and then you have the cyber norms, what states should and should not do. Then you have confidence building measures, and then you have capacity building. So when you look at cyber norms, it kind of encompasses all of the other issues within the cyber ecosystem. Because the shoulds, if you look at some of the shoulds like interstate cooperation, which is bedrock to cyber diplomacy, in order for us to be able to mitigate threats beyond our borders, we need to cooperate. Cooperation is bedrock. From our perspective, we have a very important instrument that we can leverage, and which is the AU Malabo. Even though there has been some concerns and limitations as to the level of ratifications of the Malabo Convention, as earlier mentioned, that we have about 17 countries that have ratified it. But out of these 17, we have a lot remaining apart from the 17. So the expert told us that we need about 50%, which is maybe probably 10 countries more for it to be really more effective. However, under Article 28 of the AU Malabo Convention, there is some of the sections that we can leverage. One is harmonization. If first and foremost we can harmonize our cyber laws, making sure that member states, their legal instruments regarding cybersecurity, cybercrime, they are interoperable. That is very, very important. The other thing is exchange of information. We can leverage on our existing institutions like the CSIRTs to provide as a platform to share information. The other thing was mutual legal assistance that was mentioned. And especially the AU Malabo Convention states that if member states do not have mutual legal assistance, they need to bring agreements between them to have this mutual legal assistance in order to address double criminal liability. Meaning simply, member states may have, if an offense in your country is an offense in another person's country, it's easier to deal with. Then you can accept requests and collaborate. So these are some of the things that we have within the African context, which I think we can leverage upon. But the understanding, there's still a challenge. We need to build more capacity. We need to spread awareness for especially the MFAs, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs can undertake cyber diplomacy activities. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanusi. And Fulaki, I believe you have to leave in a few minutes. So please go ahead. And if you do have time to tell us not just about what you're doing in ECOWAS, but also your reflection on the African frameworks and state of implementation, please do. But take as much time as you can. I know you have to leave.
Thank you very much, Anrat. So I will just pick up the stream from where Sanusi left off in terms of involving the MFAs. So we've actually proactively started involving the Ministries of Foreign Affairs in the different conversations we're having when it comes to cybersecurity across West Africa. Interestingly enough, we are in a couple of weeks going to actually have the first set of CBMs for West Africa validated, adopted, and that will go hopefully into operationalization by the end of December. So I think from that perspective, we can say we're really doing quite well within West Africa. We've opened up the conversations with the support of the GFCE and the German Foreign Office. We have shown our diplomats the need to actually understand all the technicalities that we talk about within cybersecurity, and just again re-emphasize that cybersecurity is not just a technical conversation, because what we found is that the diplomats do have an understanding of what the conversations are. They just don't know how to put it ahead on their agendas. So for us, we've started doing that. We're still trying to improve the technical ecosystem across West Africa. But in terms of what can be done from a continental level, there are things that are being done, but they're just not trickling down to the individual countries and the regional blocks. And I think from that perspective, the AU or the continent needs to leverage more on its RECs and see how they can help them build that momentum that is required. The reason why I keep saying this is because from a regional perspective, we are able to have more, I don't want to say intimate, but closer relationships with our member countries, and they tend to listen more to what we tell them. And from that perspective, also, there's a fait accompli that once a regional bloc says, you need to consider X, Y, Z, they tend to actually do that. I don't know what else you would like me to say, but I think from what Sanusi also said, in terms of having that coordinated approach at the national level, that is really key. We're encouraging member countries to actually have a more nationalistic coordination approach, and then try and leverage the cooperation that is required from the regional level. They're calling my name, so I really need to go and jump on that plane. I'm really sorry, but I will try and see if I can reconnect if the conversation is still ongoing. But please send as many questions and I will answer them as much as I can. I must say apologies, but we were running late, so I don't have time to actually join this conversation. So sorry.
And thanks so much, Fulake. And it's not your fault at all. The session here is running late. So please go, board, and travel safely. And thanks for being with us.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the conversation.
Thanks a lot, Fulake. And let's jump to you, Velimir. I mean, this has been at the heart of the work of the GCFE is CBMs, confidence building measures. And you've played, I think, a critical role in this, particularly in the capacity building dimension. Which initiatives have you been undertaking in Africa to work with African diplomats to build this kind of holistic awareness that we are talking about? And maybe you can also reflect on how those initiatives are going. You know, what's working well and where are the challenges?
Thank you. Apologies. This is what happens when you never completely get over your cold. I hope that everybody can hear me.
We can hear you very clearly. We can see you. So just relax and go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I would like to first share that being an expert in CBMs isn't something that happens naturally. It is a unique misfortune of somebody who has spent 6 years before joining the GFC working in the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, which has set up the kind of the main template on how confidence building measures first recommended in UN GGE reports in 2020, 2013 and 2015 could be made into a practical tool set for cyber diplomats to reduce risks of conflict stemming from the use of ICTs. Fulake has already mentioned that the flagship initiative, which is the formal adoption of a set of CBMs in the ECOWAS region, is currently underway. I don't want to minimize this achievement at all, given the fact that up until last year, Africa was the only continent where no country was formally part of any CBM mechanism. You have regional organizations such as the OSCE, which connects 57 participating states across the Eurasian continent and North America. You have the ASEAN Regional Forum, which connects the kind of like parts of Eastern Europe, yes, but mostly South East and East Asia. And you have the Organization of American States, which connects all the Latin American and the Caribbean countries together. So all of these are covered by one set of confidence building measures or another. So hearing this from Slovakia has been incredibly heartening, given the fact that indeed, with the support of GIZ and the German Federal Foreign Office, we have been very hard at work in guiding the development of the first set of CBMs that I will go into. But of course, we were just there to kind of frame the conversations. The willingness to grasp this and the creativity needed to actually very quickly set up these CBMs goes entirely to representatives of ECOWAS member states, who deserve all the credit in the world for making processes that in other regions took years to set up, has basically got off the ground in slightly over a year. So huge props to them for that. With a little bit of time that I have left, I would like to kind of speed run everybody here through a basic presentation on what CBMs are, how CBM's deployment in practice actually looks. And because this presentation will be available to everybody, just kind of skim some of the history of its development. Anybody who is interested can always reference this presentation, and it's going to be like a handy dandy guide from which they can pull on critical resources. So let me just share the presentation with everybody, and hopefully everybody can see it. Please let me know if everybody in the room can see the presentation.
We can, Velimir. It's visible and on the Zoom as well, and on the screens in the room.
Excellent. So let's say that while we are having this meeting, all of a sudden, somewhere in the city, all of the lights have started going out, including in this room. Obviously, when the power goes out, all critical services in a given city may start going down as well. But the most important internal consequence of a loss of any critical services is heightened societal anxiety, which usually manifests, especially in today's politically charged environment, in people trying to figure out, okay, what is the cause and who is to blame? And what would happen if reports were to come in that a neighboring country, or perhaps a geopolitical adversary, or a non-state actor potentially employed by that regional adversary might have been behind this attack? Even when the lights come back on, what will the government and the society do with this kind of extremely inflammatory information? What we have seen, I think, in today's world is probably that escalation and the risks of conflict based on this potential deployment of hostile ICTs may start to increase in probability. Of course, we might ask ourselves, okay, so like, let's say such an absolute loss of power or a hit against any other form of critical infrastructure, is it that probable? Yes, this has actually already happened in Ukraine all the way back in 2015, but we have also seen that these kinds of scenarios are now part and parcel of hybrid warfare. So rather than just being contained to a hypothetical scenario of an entirely ICT-caused conflict, it may also be part and parcel of a much larger operation against a country's sovereign territory. And what we have also seen previously, even when it's not, even when the political consequences are the only ones that remain after the power has come back and the potentially conflicting parties have stepped back from the brink, is that political ramifications and diplomatic blowback can persist in spite of everything. So countries on the UN level since the early 2000s have gathered to ask themselves, what happens? Is there a mechanism that can guarantee that countries can walk themselves back from the brink? At that point, no. But over time, one thing has been created. And these are confidence building measures. So in a lot of words, which I will not say here because it's a very kind of like complicated definition, I always prefer the much more simple one. CBMs are any agreed upon action between two or multiple parties that leads to a greater understanding and trust in cyberspace to avoid somebody flipping the switch for kinetic offensive tools to be used. If we structured today's workshop differently, today's meeting differently, this could have been just the act of us coming together and talking about how to make our cooperation and understanding better could be a CBM. All it needs to do is to be institutionalized. I'm not going to go through these, we don't have enough time, but I have basically assembled here an entire timeline of the evolution of CBMs on the UN level that you can reference afterwards. Then when it comes to CBMs and how they have been taken from all of this to something that ECOWAS member states could get their heads around and almost operationalize in almost less than a year, is because it is regional organizations, including regional economic communities, that are best placed to be owners of the CBM mechanism. So here we have the great granddaddy of the mechanism, the OSCE. These are the CBMs that they have created. You can see 3 informal buckets. The first one is transparency or information exchange. The second one is cooperation. And the third one is preparedness. How prepared we are as a region and as individual countries to meet an attack head on, thereby completely preventing any kind of escalatory risks. Without going into each of these individually, I can say, looking back at that example of a potential attack against energy critical infrastructure, which CBMs could be used. First of all, under information exchange, you can say that information exchange between the potential belligerent and, let's say, you as the potential victim could better lead to an understanding of the capacities of the other country, thereby narrowing down whether the country might have actually been behind this attack. Second, communication, establishing predefined points of contact who trust and work with each other a lot to immediately exchange information before, like loose lips sink any ships. And finally, we have preparedness. Proactive activities, and in the OSCE there are a lot of these kinds of activities to fortify critical energy infrastructure ahead of the attack so that it cannot cause the damage it might have caused in this hypothetical incident. Again, without going into this, here you can see, for instance, what happens in other regions as well. What kind of CBMs and individual measures are organized here in the ASEAN Regional Forum, and here in the Organization of American States. And here are also potentially some of how they might have used some of the CBMs in that hypothetical incident. When it comes to discussions to implementation, so this is also another thing to keep in mind. CBMs look great on a piece of paper, but they pale in comparison of what it looks like when they are actually implemented. And this is kind of like the cycle of CBM implementation. Again, you can swallow this at your own leisure, but basically it always comes down to creating a body of trusted representatives from states to discuss CBMs. Then you move on to the formal adoption of CBMs, what Folake said was impending in the ECOWAS region. Then you task individual states to voluntarily come forward to implement these CBMs, and then finally measure this implementation, reconvene and say, okay, based on the experiences we've had, it is time now to expand our mechanism of CBMs with new measures. Measuring CBMs is always a little bit difficult because if a measure is, for instance, that we are going to create a network of points of contact, how do you measure its success? Maybe you can do it quantitatively. How many countries have nominated a point of contact? You can also do it qualitatively. How many times you have met, compare notes. Has the interaction between your points of contact led to a greater understanding and more formal, perhaps even cert-to-cert cooperative agreements between your countries, things like that. So this is an ongoing challenge. And we were especially heartened that not only has ECOWAS been cribbing off other regions' cheat sheets, but they have actually said that from the very beginning, every CBM needs to have its own monitoring and evaluation metrics baked in, so that we know what it looks like when a CBM succeeds. And in this sense, ECOWAS may even be a pioneer among all the other regions and an excellent best practice to follow.
And thanks, Velimir. Are you nearly done? We
Yes.
have less than 15 minutes left for the
Yes.
session.
Yes, I'm going to be done in 2 minutes. Actually less, 1 minute is perfectly enough. But here we can see some examples of CBM implementation. You know, it's everything. It can be meetings, it can be resources that can be produced. Here you can see some of the strengths of CBMs, again, because it's a multilateral tool, it's a voluntary mechanism, it's very versatile, it is very easy to set up, but it also has some limitations. If a country is really determined to attack your infrastructure, confidence building measures are a voluntary mechanism for you to express your goodwill to cooperate with another country. If another country really wants to attack your infrastructure, CBMs have to to be replaced with harder diplomacy. And of course, you know, consensus can be messy, but this is how we, you know, like get to CBMs that everybody agrees on. Here we have a quote from Jörg Glauber, the chair of the OEWG, stating how much building confidence is important. And then finally, here we can see also some of the initiatives that are currently ongoing. Fatfolake mentioned in ECOWAS, and then I have praised Prout. We are reaching out, as is GIZ, to other regional economic communities, and we have had discussions with other NEPAD, and we are committed on coordinating our efforts on helping RECs adopt and guide CBMs through to their implementation. And here as well, you can see the outlines of the CBMs, now much more fleshed out, that are going to be adopted by ECOWAS, fingers crossed, come December. That is it for this. As I said, you can peruse this presentation at your own free time once it is shared with you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Velimir. And before I open it up to the floor, I just wanted to ask Sanusi again. I mean, we've heard and Velimir mentioned the group of governmental experts, the norms on responsible state behavior. Since then, we've had the open-ended working group, which has been more inclusive of African participation. But how do you do this and you mentioned yourself the Malabo Convention. How do you draw on these international norms and CBMs, the regional ones, and bring them home, and the ECOWAS, the work in the West African region, and bring it home to your country in the Gambia?
Yeah, I mean, at first, being part of the process of formulating some of these documents, for example, Gambia participated in the ad hoc committee on cybercrime to an extent. And also we participated in the AU GFCE, formulation or development of the knowledge models, 9 knowledge models, which also includes cyber diplomacy. Now, coming to our context, some of these things that we have already engaged in, we try to raise awareness and build capacity back home. A good example of that was last year around June, we had a partnership with the Rule of Law and Anti-Corruption Center. That is, it's a Qatari initiative, and in collaboration also with UNITA, United Nations Institute for Training and Research, and CIFA. So these 3 institutions came together, looking at the Gambian context, how we were performing regarding human rights record, and then they sponsored an activity to build capacity on cybersecurity and cybercrime. As part of that process, I was invited, and I benefited from a lot of trainings from the GFCE, capacity building in cyber diplomacy. So I used that opportunity to train about 45 people from the MFAs, as well as those within the West African region, Sierra Leone and other countries were invited. And the good thing about it was, like, the MFA ministry, I think they were all there. The minister was there. So it was like a one-shot fit everyone. And it was really, really informative. So I took them through the UN normative framework, broke down the the norms, the 11 norms, the 3 that states should not do, and the 8 that states should be doing, even though they are non-binding. But it's very, very important for states to take this seriously. And I think from that training on, there was a level of understanding within the MFA what cyber norms are. Now, because you cannot actually implement cyber diplomacy in isolation, you have to collaborate, you have to cooperate with states. So what we also did, we ensured that our legal instruments, which is the Cybercrime Bill, which has just concluded its public consultation at the National Assembly. Hopefully, we are hoping before December they can enact it into law. So that legislation has preventive measures, because when you look at the normative frameworks, there are things that you should not do. You should not attack critical infrastructure. You should not allow actors to operate within your country to sabotage other countries' ICT infrastructures. So when you look at the cybercrime, it's a deterrent instrument. But you go to the policy aspect as well. So at a higher level, we have what we call the Digital Economy Master Plan 2023 to 2024 to 2034, which has under Pillar 9 promote partnerships with other international bodies. So in that collaboration, it has laid down some measures or actions that we can do. And one of them is sharing of information and establishing a platform for sharing information and recording cyber incidents also within a centralized database. Another thing is Cyber Peace Corp, Peacekeeping Corp. It's an initiative within the bigger plan to have them, so that you kind of encourage these partnerships with international bodies and member states in order to ensure that the cyberspace within those borders are secure. We have a lot of things, but maybe time does not allow me. No. So thank you.
But thanks, Anusi. And it's very interesting as well that you approached the confidence building measure and the norm awareness in the context of also looking at human rights compliance, yes. Because I think that in itself, a human-centric and human rights sensitive approach to cybersecurity in itself is also seen as a CBM. But let's open it to the room. I mean, this is absolutely vital, this issue of CBMs, of norms, and using norms as a way of creating confidence. So I'm going to take a few questions. We just have a few minutes. Be brief, introduce yourself, please. Let's start over here. That gentleman over there, and then we'll move to you.
Sorry. Good, still morning. Good afternoon, panelists. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Evans, representing Afripol, and I'll be looking at the security perspective in cyber diplomacy and CBMs. Given the nature of cybercrime, its borderless nature, and its unique challenge due to its non-traditional nature, one of the challenges is attribution. The decentralized and anonymous nature of the internet makes it difficult to actually pinpoint at times the origin of cyber attacks, and unless the threat actors are known or they have publicly admitted to committing this thing. And some of these challenges, things that are motivating this include anonymity, spoofing, the state-sponsored and unsponsored attacks, and the complex attack chains of the cyber threats. In this context, in Africa, we've not yet had a high buildup of state-sponsored attacks or cyber warfare in that magnitude, but we are trying to anticipate this as an upcoming challenge, given the global environment that we are seeing now. How do you think cyber diplomacy will play out in this specific venture to see that we try to be proactive to try and look at this challenge? Thank you.
Very interesting question. And this gentleman over here, and we'll take a third question. That I see there are two questions on this side, and then we'll go back to the panel.
Hi, my name is Lawrence from FAST, Forum of Incident Responders and Security Teams. So my question will be, as far as CBMs are concerned, does the private sector have any role to play in the adoption? Then the second question will be, why has it taken long, just from your experience, why has it taken long for the Africa from a region point of view to actually adopt and embrace these CBMs. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Hello, assalamu alaikum everyone. My name is Said. I'm a cybersecurity consultant. I'm an ethical hacker. So basically the question which I have is, as part of the cyber diplomacy, you mentioned that it's a very collaborative effort. So I just want to understand and just to give some points around the capacity building, which you have mentioned also. So there, in terms of like the focus given to the developers within the whole Africa region as part of their security to be part of their overall process. So basically, for example, in Ethiopia, there is an initiative, like for example, 5 million coders initiative. So we need to make sure that security is integrated as part of this whole process, because at the end of the day, the product which is developed is by the developers, and as part of this whole ecosystem and diplomacy, how do we make sure that we involve that one? And one other aspect is you mentioned around that this central collaboration platform. So me as an ethical hacker, for example, if I want to disclose a vulnerability as part of the whole member states, so how do I make sure that I have a safe harbor? So in terms of like the law, how it will protect me, that way I'll make sure that the whole Africa members are safer in terms of security and the overall internet.
Thanks a lot. And then the last question from the gentleman over there on the other side.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jacob Mundodawafa. I was supposed to be one of the speakers.
You are one of our panelists.
So my apologies, I had a challenge with my traveling. I'm from SADC. I've got a quick question. My question is, how do we bring the CBMs to be part of our existing programs? Because speaking for SADC, we do have well advanced programs on cybersecurity. We do have a cybercrime model law, which all the member states are domesticating. And we do have very active programs on sets. And right now, as we're speaking, there's an Africa Summit on cybersecurity taking place in Zambia, Livingstone. So how do we bring in this program about CBNs into our existing programs and activities so that it strengthens what is existing already in our regions, in our countries? Thank you.
Thanks for that, Jacob. Yes, it's not just about regional initiatives having to ensure there's intelligibility with the global norms. There's also about building on our existing regional norms and practices and making sure that they don't conflict, but also that they're not undermined or weakened by the adoption of the global norm. Okay, so we don't have Fulaki with us. Velimir, do you want to start first and then we'll give to Sanusi?
Certainly, because I counted about 7 or 8 questions. I'm so sorry if I miss any of them. So I will try to give very short, snappy responses to the ones that I recall. And please feel free to remind me of the rest. When it comes to attribution, this is always a little bit of a thorny question. It is currently being discussed mostly on the UN level, at the level of the OEWG, and there is, of course, very little consensus to be reached. Technical attribution is obviously easier, and its ambiguity is perhaps a little bit overplayed. The technical characteristics after a certain amount of time for digital forensics can always be made clear, but the political attribution, indeed the deniability of state actors, is always going to be an issue. And this is why the CBMs kind of assume a goodwill environment in which cyber incidents launched by countries are usually within the domain of exceeded intended parameters, such as a deployment of a test malware goes absolutely out of control and wrecks critical infrastructures, which wasn't the intent. As I said already, if a country's intent is to destroy your infrastructure, even if it denies it, the technical attribution is going to bear this out, and then different sorts of diplomacy will be required. When it comes to why it took so long for Africa to come to grips with CBMs, I would say because, again, CBMs more or less give a direction and a framework to things that are already underway. And because, let me say this very, very bluntly, even though cybersecurity relies on computers, software, hardware, back-end, front-end, it is still people-driven. It requires somebody to believe in the mechanism and launch it. And in that sense, I would say the pioneering work of Folake, Babatunde, and the entire team in the ECOWAS Commission has been absolutely essential. to get the foot off the ground, mobilize resources, mobilize attention, and of course, the work of Germany and GIZ in being there as an immediate partner has helped create this synergy. When it comes to public-private partnerships, and grappling with this also, the ethical hacking or coordinated vulnerability disclosures. This is actually, these are dedicated CBMs within OSCE, and especially CBM 16 on vulnerability disclosure is very interesting and has attracted a lot of attention and resources from OSCE participating states, because you have countries like the Czech Republic within the OSCE that have, for instance, kind of very enviable, I would say, legislation on vulnerability research and the protection of ethical hackers, which was then through the implementation of CBM 16 progressively copied by more and more of these countries. So this would be one way in which CBMs could be used, which is to focus attention, mobilize resources, and to make sure that best practices reach decision makers in your countries much faster. And I think that the kind moderator has already kind of answered the final question a little bit, which is that, yeah, like CBMs can always be a gathering modus operandi for initiatives that are already undergoing in the region. So it's not about first having CBMs, then building up on those with initiatives. It is more, you know, what are your priorities? Let's have a CBM that can mobilize attention, resources, communication, and best practices in an effective way to make sure that they can last longer and hit harder.
Thanks very much, Velimir. I think you've covered most of those, but maybe Sanusi, you can add in also, if I am an African ethical hacker, what platform do I use to disclose the vulnerabilities that I've discussed, and how can I be sure that I can do so safely? Velimir has talked about the OSCE context, but what is the context in Africa for ethical hackers?
Yes, I think it's first just to come back to confidence building measures and try to see how these things connect. Confidence building measures provides you the platform for trust building, because member states, for them to communicate or disclose vulnerabilities, they have to agree on certain mechanisms, a secure way of communication. That is fundamental. The other thing is there are existing platforms, not to reinvent the wheel. I'm aware that there is open source, but we need to ensure it's open source security. It's you know, considered when you deploy some open source platforms as a vulnerability platform to safely disclose vulnerabilities between member states. But the trust is fundamental. You build the trust first, and then you communicate, you share. You know, without the trust, some member states will, you know, grab onto their information. You know, without. But information sharing is very, very bedrock. And then one way, the means of collaborations to do informal information sharing is to leverage on your CSATs. Because in the AU Malabo, that is what we have as a means of cooperation, is to leverage on existing entities, your CSATs or your SATs to exchange information. Yeah.
Thanks very much. You know, we're actually out of time, but I wanted to, Abdulhakeem, do you want to, I didn't really introduce myself earlier, but I was with Abdulhakeem once, also an author of Cyber Norms, because we served on the Global Commission of Stability of Cyberspace, and we came up with quite a few ourselves. Abdulhakeem.
To my brother, the hacker, there is a standing joke allegedly by Idi Amin. I can guarantee you freedom of speech. I cannot guarantee you freedom after the speech. And that, unfortunately, is what you face. Having said that, I am aware that in the design of the cybersecurity strategy, the continental cybersecurity strategy that is kicked off, there is a process now being, suggested, a vulnerabilities equities process, which basically allows for the anonymized reporting of these things. But don't forget, creating space for anonymous or for safe reporting is not just a continental problem. It's not just a regional or a national problem. It's actually an organizational problem. I use HIV/AIDS as the example. If I cannot safely report my status, I'm not going to report. So I'm just saying, I would look at it as a process. But I did have a question, if I may ask it.
You may, and then Martin, we might go over for about 5 minutes. Is that okay? We'll still be much more efficient than any other panel has been.
No, not as efficient as mine.
That's fine.
So how can UN cyber norms, and maybe Sanusi can address this, how can UN cyber norms be tailored to address African specific vulnerabilities to digital colonization, cybercrime you've mentioned, but also global exploitation, while ensuring the continent's digital sovereignty and equitable participation in global cyber governance, considering our diverse socioeconomic contexts, underdeveloped infrastructure, and dependency on foreign technology providers? Sorry, it's a mouthful, but very quickly.
Thanks, Abdulhakim. But before you respond to that, I overlooked, there's a gentleman, I think it was that gentleman over there that put his hand up much earlier. So please, I overlooked you. I apologize. Quickly.
Point is the fact that how do we build capacity among the diplomats who are not technically, they are not cyber people, they are not ICT people, and they are at the forefront of a number of conversations when it comes to diplomacy. How do we ensure we build the right capacity? I think building capacity within that Ministry of Justice, Foreign Affairs will go a long way, considering that norms are not legally binding. So it means that there is a lot of persuasion that needs to happen. I think that's the point I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thanks for that question. I think to some extent, Sanusi did answer that, in the way that they've worked in the Gambia and West Africa, but maybe you can add. And then Sanusi and Velimir, before I allow you to answer, there's also a question online, which is how do we replicate what ECOWAS is doing to improve our cybersecurity posture and cyber diplomacy in other sub-regions? So that's quite a mouthful. There is Abdulhakim's really big picture question. How do we really use CBMs in order to build indigenous capacity to counter the current imbalances in power and control, both in the international norm sector as well as in the cybersecurity sector? And then that very practical question. Sanusi, you go first, and then Velimir, if you wanted to add anything further, and please be brief.
I think that was a wonderful question.
It was.
But I will try to answer as much as I can. One thing is contextualization. These norms, when we adopt them as African countries, we need to look at, I think, priorities. If you look at it from a standpoint, as you said, normally we are consumers of technology. We do not produce any meaningful technology, if I can put it that way. But one thing that we can do in line with norm number 9, which says to ensure supply chain security. If you look at, there was a recent incident that happened whereby pages were exploding. And there is this belief that supply chain was one of the weak links. So if us Africans, we cannot ensure our own supply chain security, we pass it on to third parties beyond our borders. What does that say? The sovereignty issue comes in. The other thing is data residency, localization. Is very, very important. It doesn't mean we have to fragment the internet, but we need to see how best we can localize our data as much, but ensuring there is sovereignty. Now, all of this to ensure that this happens, of course, you need capacity building. It's bedrock. You need capabilities. You need infrastructure. We normally have weak infrastructure, lack of expertise. These are issues that are troubling us. Now, for our diplomats to go out and have a conversation when there is a cyber crisis in our countries, in order to resolve it or to kind of pinpoint a cyber criminal in another country, they need to understand these topics. They need to know what to do. I understand that the UN, the charter does not require you to have proof in order for you to attribute. But again, being able to provide proof is very, very, very important because it supports. So that's why Vladimir was talking about public attribution. It's very, very difficult to do public attribution. So there are a lot of issues that we need to tackle. You need to tackle the policy issues. You need to tackle capacity issues, the awareness issues, the capability issues, and we need to own it in order for us to, embrace these norms and be able to effectively implement them. Thank you.
Thanks, Sinusi. Velimir, one sentence.
The GFC and all the NEPAD are talking exactly how to mobilize resources and time to make sure that the best practices and CBMs that are being captured in ECOWAS can be made available to other regions. So this is a bit of a watch this space kind of answer, but hopefully we'll be able to come back to you with concrete answers to that soon.
Thanks, Velimir. And I think all being here together at the African IGF is also an opportunity to have that kind of one-on-one exchange between our different regions in Africa. So thank you very much. We could spend the whole day on this topic. So thanks very much to the panelists. Jacob, thanks for joining us late. Velimir and Fulaki, who is now on a plane somewhere. Thanks all for this conversation.
Thank you very much for this session. It was very interesting and wow, what a great knowledge sharing experience as well. And this is what we do here at the GFC, and this is an amazing example of it. So thank you very much to all of the speakers for that. I'd love to call in the next speakers for the session, Enhancing Cyber Resilience and Incident Response and Management session. I'd love to call in Mr. Sergio Guevara, Mr. Eric Banza, Mr. Abdoulaye Goulet, Mr. Zakaria Yartoui, and Mr. Aldin Mugumia. And this will be moderated by my very own colleague, Dr. Martin Koyabe. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for bearing with us as we make this transition. This session is the last one, so we are just sitting between you and lunch. We'll make sure that we go expeditiously first so that we can be able to go to the next phase. First of all, again, let me thank you again for being patient. We'll try and move expeditiously as we can so that we can be able to manage this particular session. We are also joined remotely by Sergio Guevara from Mozambique. And thank you very much, Sergio, for joining us and taking time from your busy schedule. We've got with us Eric Banza from CSA Ghana. We've got Abdoulaye Goulet, advisor, the Ministry of Communication and Technology in Somalia. And we are also lucky enough to have Geraldine Mugumia from NITAU in Uganda. And we're very, very pleased. You can just move closer, don't worry. We are not segregating you as you can change your position. Unfortunately, Zakaria was not able to join us from Morocco, but we understand there were technical issues that were beyond his control. So therefore, gentlemen and lady, we do have a session here. Now the session here will be looking at really the critical aspects of establishing and enhancing cyber resiliency. If you look at the thread of discussions that we've had, it's definitely evident that we need to have secure infrastructure so that we can be able to reap the dividends of our digital transformation strategies and transformation programs that we have in our member states. It's also evident that the threats that we face, especially when you look at the horizon of threats that I discussed earlier, and even in the opening ceremonies and opening remarks that were made earlier, it is important that we are able to really deal with these threats as they come. We do have CERTs, which are, of course, computer emergency and response teams, or you can say CSERTs, depending on which one is you prefer. And it's important that these CERTs are robust. They are mainly ensuring that they're best practices and so forth. So without further ado, let me try and just move as quickly as I can so that we can have this conversation going. And I just want to go to the panelists because I know this is not my panel, it's your panel, so that we can see exactly what it is. So with giving the perspective of the topic and seeing exactly what we are discussing, would you just make a few comments, especially on what are the current initiatives and efforts that are being taken in your countries? Because we know we've got Geraldine from Uganda, Somalia, and Ghana, and we've got Sergio from Mozambique. Just give us a perspective of the status of the CERT, CSERT, and also the critical infrastructure programs that you have. And I'll start with you, Eric. Or should we go to Geraldine? Ladies first. Okay, Geraldine, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Martin. I'm so honored to be part of this wonderful panel session. Well, from Uganda, we have a number of current initiatives when it comes to CERT and also critical information infrastructure. Well, back 2014, we had the National Information Security Strategy. So this gave birth to the National Information Security Advisory Group. So this brings together players of public and private sector who are operators of critical infrastructure. So they meet quarterly and then discuss certain threats or risks that they're seeing within their space. And we have a National Information Risk Register. So having these frequent meetings helps them to see what they need to put in place to minimize these risks. Now, when it comes to the CERT, we under NITA-U, that is the IT regulator, we have the national CERT, and as Uganda, we also have some sectorial CERTs. We have one for communications. We also have in plan something to do with the financial sector that is still in talks. So maybe to bring it furthermore to in 2022, we had the National Cybersecurity Strategy developed because we wanted to really bring out differentiate between the national CERT and having a sectorial CERT. So I'll encourage you to, if you get a chance to, please, I'll share the website. You could read through our National Cybersecurity Strategy and you see how we are doing around that in terms of critical infrastructure and also having CERTs. Now, in terms of efforts, we also have, there's a project that is funded by the World Bank. It's called the Uganda Digital Acceleration Program. And there are quite a number of initiatives there that are going to, in terms of capacity building, what are we going to do for not the national CERT, but also the sectorial CERTs? How do we do in terms of threat intelligence and also information sharing as a country? Then also in terms of legal provisions for critical infrastructure, this is something that during a previous World Bank project, we found out that there are gaps in terms of how do we hold accountable operators of critical infrastructure. What legislation is around to protect, critical infrastructure? We have identified it, but we don't. When it comes to the legalities, we don't have anything. So there is an intervention under the UDAP project that is going to mainly focus on critical national infrastructure protection, as well as the Cybersecurity Act. So that's just a brief of what we have. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And just for reference, Uganda actually is tier 3
Yes.
when it comes to the assessment of the ITU. And also, Uganda was the first country to actually undertake what we call the CMM assessment in 2014. And they have had the second review of their national cybersecurity strategy, which is really a recommendable area. Just to you, Gulet, before we go to Mozambique, what about Somalia?
I think you mentioned about the CMM, which has been an instrument for us to actually evaluate on the cybersecurity landscape of Somalia. So for us, we have done the CMM on 2019, and it has been actually, very detailed and give us an insight of the current landscape of Somalia. And based of what we have seen on the CMM and where we are, we have taken a couple of initiatives to address the gaps that has been identified. And I think our focus has been into 3 areas. And the first was on the legal framework. So we had the cybersecurity bill drafted and endorsed by the cabinet. So now it's on the parliament and waiting for deliberation. And the second is the cybercrime legislation, which has been a very interesting, activity. And we have started now doing the consultation with the different stakeholders and actually looking, the international treaties or regional treaties, such as the Malabo and, Budapest, but also the UN upcoming cyber crime treaty, just to align ourselves with that. So that has been mostly we have been putting on our energy on the side, the legislation part, but also we have currently drafted the National Cybersecurity Strategy, which is also ongoing consultation, and soon we'll have requests for comment on international scene, so that we can also get the viewpoint from the international scene. And lastly, on the CERT part, which I think now we are today focusing on incident response capability, we have established Somali CERT, SOMCERT, which has been in operation for a while with the limited capability and limited service offering. And based on current engagement we have with the international development partner, such as the World Bank, we are looking now on expanding the services that the CERT offers, and also looking at the constituency we currently offer and how we can expand that, so that it can be act as the national CERT. Now it's more on the telecom, supporting mainly on the telecom operators, but we are looking on having this CERT become a national one and offers most of the services that, for example, the first CERT framework that has been identified. So mainly we're looking at these 3 areas, and we may be like on early stage of our cybersecurity development, but a lot has been happening. Just to report that today is the second day for the Somali Cybersecurity Forum, which is happening. I haven't been able to be there, but it's happening, and this is the second year running. We have in the cybersecurity forum, which brings together more than 200 people from academia, private sector, just to bring together and have the discussion on cybersecurity.
Gulit, for that. I think for those of you who are not aware, what our colleague has done in Somalia is very exemplary. If you look at where Somalia was even before the assessment of the ITU, and for Somalia to be at tier 4 of the ITU assessment, it is absolutely commendable. And thank you for that good work. Sergio, I don't know whether you can hear us and whether we can't see you. We can see CR5. Okay, there you go. So Sergio, back to you. What about Mozambique? I know you had plans to have your Mozambique week. Apparently it was postponed, of course, for obvious reasons. But what about Mozambique? Can you give us an update, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. First of all, allow me to say good morning to all the panelists and all of you who are attending the event, presentially or remotely. But I would also like to thank GFCE for inviting Mozambique to be part of this important event, and specifically the panel. And I also would like to congratulate for such a great job that GFC is doing to develop the cybersecurity ecosystem. So going straight to a brief perspective of what Mozambique is doing with regards to critical infrastructure protection as well as the cybersecurity environment in Mozambique. We've, based on our national cybersecurity policy and strategy that has been approved, we then managed to attract some attention from the cabinet, and the initiatives that are on our strategy are actually being embedded on the Ministry of Science and Technology and Higher Education annual plans that in turn becomes the government program for the year. So through that, we have established our national CSIRT that has been operational for almost a year and a half now. And we've been also having quite a number of events, be it capacity building as well as the awareness campaigns at various levels. But I would like to then point some of the things. One of them being the fact that we've also giving a lot of attention on being part, actually active members on a different groups such as First Africa, so Smart Africa, again, GFCE and many other groups. But the one other key things that we've been putting a lot of efforts on a bilateral MOUs that we've signed, like with Ghana. I see my friend from Ghana is there. We have an MOU with National Cybersecurity Authority of Rwanda, the Eswatini, as well as the National Cybersecurity of Portugal. So through them, with the National Cybersecurity of Portugal, we did run this year our first national cyber drill, which was very successful. And we normally run the drills with what we call the National Network of Computer Instant Response Teams. That is helping us to grow the ecosystem in Mozambique when it comes to motivating the establishment of different other sectorial CSIRTs in the country. Other than that, we've also, through a Commonwealth project, we did run our first national cyber risk assessment, which has to do with the critical infrastructures. So that was done last year, and the report is still to come. We're also putting some efforts on the legal and regulatory framework. So we have already ready to go for approval at the Parliament, our national cybersecurity law, as well as our national cybercrime law. Unfortunately, the Parliament was closed before we were able to submit these two documents, but we expect to have them approved on the first quarter of next year. But also we have on our pipeline of legal and regulatory documents to be approved, quite a number of them, but we're giving priority to data protection law, which we have already. The first drive is now under consultation, but we're also preparing the regulation for cloud computing as well as data center establishment in Mozambique. That is coming as a pressure from the banking sectors and the private sector. So we're looking at those regulations, and I have to say we have signed the ratified the Malabo Convention, and I think those looking at those two areas, like from the technical point of view and the regulatory point of view, it's helping Mozambique to grow its cybersecurity ecosystem. And I'm happy to say that at the last global cybersecurity incident, index from ITU, we were put on a tier 3 level, which was for us a great achievement. But it's not the end as we're looking, and we're going to strive at getting much better ranking on the next coming. The next coming index that is going to be done by ITU. And I know we are running behind the schedule, so I'll stop here, but I'm happy to answer any further questions that is coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergio. We'll come back to you certainly with just one more input on how you are coordinating various stakeholders within Mozambique. And again, thank you again for that brief and of course detailed outlook on the status. Just moving on to Eric in Ghana. Mozambique are coming to benchmark with you. Everyone is coming to Ghana to benchmark. What's going on in Ghana? It seems you're doing so well that everyone is coming to benchmark. What's going on? Tell us the trick.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Martin. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, panelists. I think this is it's a privilege to be here to represent my country, Ghana, the Cybersecurity Authority. The Cybersecurity Authority historically started its journey within from 2017 till date, and in humility, I must say that we've actually moved, and we are very humble to see where we've gotten to in terms of achievements. As far as this discussion is concerned, we will look at issues, how best we are, initiatives that CIC has taken to implement or ensure resilience and incident management with looking at CII, that is the critical information infrastructure. Now, the first thing that I want to talk about has to do with the legal framework. The Cybersecurity Authority has the Cybersecurity Act, which was passed in the 2020, the Cybersecurity Act 2020, which is the Act 1038. This act actually has given a lot of mandate to the authority to operate in different dimensions. So it's very important that if we really want to go far as far as the resilience, cyber resilience is concerned, our legal frameworks must actually be well established. That gives us a legal backing in what we do. So this act actually mandates the CSA to establish what is known as the critical information infrastructure. So within its section from section 35 to 40, it has various roles. And what it has been able to do is to establish what is known as, or come out with what is known as the CII directive. Now, what the CII directive is a document or a framework that actually provides a baseline for various critical information infrastructure owners on how best they can protect their various infrastructure. It also comes up with various or baseline best practices for them to actually manage their engagements as far as the critical information infrastructure is concerned. Now, beyond that, the directive does not only end there. CSA, having identified the various critical infrastructure owners, as we speak, CSA has been able to identify 13 various infrastructure CII owners. And within this, what they do is that they have been able to actually put them together. And from time to time, there are various capacity building engagements or activities for them. Now, these things that are being done does not leave them to work in silo, but it rather builds their capacity to ensure that cyber resilience is promoted. Now, talking about the establishment of SET, the Act also mandates the CSA to establish what is known as the national set. So within the national set, what the national set does, that it sits within the authority as the national set, and it has its sectorial sets. Now, the sectorial sets, certain sectors have been identified as the sectorial set. So we can talk about a sectorial set like the for banking and finance, telecommunications, and other government sectors. Now, these various sectors have various institutions that are operating under them. Now, they collaborate with them. Earlier discussions have indicated that there should be a common platform where various institutions can actually collaborate, communicate, and even discuss issues of incidents. And that is what the sectorial set does within Ghana. So as they collaborate and discuss these incidents and other ways of responding to them and managing them, then the sectorial set now communicate this to the national set. Then where the national set has to come in, the national set intervenes in it. Beyond this collaboration or the platform, also, once again, is capacity building over there. The national set takes it upon itself to bring its constituents together and ensure that from time to time, capacity building engagements are organized for them. Talk about cyber drills and other things. When there are incidents, how do you manage them? How do you respond to them? So from time to time, the national set engages the various sectorial sets in doing this. Another thing that the CSA has also or is doing has to do with the operationalization of the 24-hour cybercrime incident reporting point of contact. Now, in 2019, the incident reporting point of contact was launched under the able leadership of Honorable Osla also the sector minister. Now, what the sector or the reporting point does is that it is a 24-hour service, so that it is open to the public and other institutions, both private and public. Any incidents or cyber incident that you need clarity on, information or guidance or directive, you call. There are various numbers that you call to reach out to someone. Someone will be there to provide the kind of advice that you need. Someone is there to give you the kind of direction that you need, so that it will not be like you at a point you are stuck, you face any form of cyber problem, or you become a victim and you don't know whom to speak to. So that incident reporting point of contact is there, engaging both the public sector and then the private sector. I can say that from its inception up to now, there's a remarkable remarkable mark of about 56,103 individuals have used that channel to reach the CSA. And out of this, about 6,148 cases were categorized as incidents. That is to say that when the incidents come, it has to be categorized, knowing which ones are actual incidents and those that maybe are needing advice or clarity on some other things. So the CSA has been in this engagement. Also is the issuance of public alerts. From time to time, what the national set does is that it monitors the ecosystem, and whenever they actually sense that there is this form of, or there's a level of cyber crime or a trend emerging, then they issue an alert. Now, these alerts are issued on these various social media platforms, and they also engage the radio, television, and others. So it opens up for the public to ask more questions. Advisories are also given on how citizens or individuals should actually engage or manage their situations as far as those emerging trends are concerned.
Okay. I think we all agree that Ghana has done quite a bit, because when you hear what they've achieved, and when you see that many countries are actually benchmarking with what is being alluded here, it's very encouraging. And I remember talking with Albert sometimes somewhere, and this focus of saying that you build a CSA and then have the CSA run the affairs of the country is very encouraging. I know we are running short of time and we need to come to the floor. So just prepare your questions. And I know there are so many other SATs and countries who are here. So we'll take a few questions from the floor before we come back. We've just done part A, so we're going to part B, but part B should be very quick because we have to go for lunch. And I'm just told the person who is coming to close is just about to arrive. So if there's a question on the floor, please let me know. Tanzania, let's go for you. And then at the back. Okay.
Thank you very much. My name is Yusuf Kileo from Tanzania. Actually, from my experience, I've seen that Africa, we are very, very good when it comes to documentations. We'll find a good legislations, good policy, good everything. But when now we want to see the impact of those good documentation, good everything, we can't see it. People are still falling victims. Incidents are still piling up. So I would love to hear, how do we get out of that? That we can have good documentation and then the implementation should be able to be seen. Number two, that I've seen, we have a serious challenge when it comes to people reporting incidents. So I'd love to hear your views on how can we encourage our citizens to be able to report incidents whenever they happen, because we have a lot of advantages behind it. Even if you don't resolve the problem, but at least you can be aware of the hotspot, the challenges that are facing in your country, and be able to come up with a good strategy to mitigate those challenges. So how do we engage and promote people to report incidents from your point of view? Thank you.
Thank you, Yusuf. Any other question? I think there was a question at the back there. Please go ahead, and then I'll take one, Emmanuel, and then Dory Sang. You can sit next to a mic, and we can hear you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity. My question concerns all the panelists. Is your country called TLD domain signed using DNS SEC protocol? If yes, Can you share with us your experiences? Thank you.
Could you repeat the question again, please, so that we hear you well?
Okay. I want to know the CCTLD, the two country codes. I want to know if the panelists, the CCTLD is signed using the NSA protocol.
Okay, so this is the top level domain.
Top level domain
Okay,
for the country.
that's fine. Okay, that's understood. Let's take one question. Go ahead, Emmanuel.
Thank you for the opportunity. So my question is around resiliency, but focus on capacity development. So just from our panelists, it will be interesting to know challenges when it comes to capacity development, specifically for the staff that runs the SAT. So your analysts, your directors, your officers, and all of that. What has worked in your experience? What hasn't worked? And just any lessons learned as far as staffing of our national SAT is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you. And just for those who don't know, Emmanuel is from FIRST. So Jacob at the back, and then we'll go to Rorison.
Thank you, moderator. Martin, my question is, I think a colleague from Tanzania has already highlighted some of the challenges where companies are not reporting instances. But I know one country, I think in Africa, where it's a crime not to report cybersecurity incidents. You are fined if you don't report. So my question is, we have been talking a lot about national sets. What are we doing in our countries for the panelists? Is how are we promoting company-specific sets and SOCs? Because that's where things are happening.
Yeah, I agree with you. You're talking about the sectorial SATs and how they should be able to. That's fine.
Yes.
We are interested also to know that country that everybody reports. We shall see that later.
Yes, thank you.
Listen.
Mine is really just an input because we're wrapping up, and I guess I just wanted to call to the room to say, for countries like Lesotho that don't have legal frameworks or policies in place, I would like for us to remember that we can still use cost-effective, collaborative, and innovative measures. For example, when we are developing resiliency, CBMs, and ETC strategies, we can also encourage the use of open source cybersecurity tools. And we can also, most importantly, what I think is really important is global competitiveness, which is an issue that I feel we do not pay attention to. Global competitiveness in terms of countries that have the best legal frameworks should be the ones that are prioritized in terms of being given incentives, financial support, and technical support. I think this will increase the buy-in into countries that haven't ratified the Malabo Convention, don't have resiliency strategies or CBM norms or things like that. So I think global competitiveness should really be considered, and we should stop treating countries like charity cases and just giving them funding for no reason. Thank you.
Just for clarity, you're saying that global competitiveness should be used as a way of giving those countries some incentives in terms of development aid? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, absolutely. For everything, for CBMs, for resilience, for capacity building, we need to see countries to be proactive. My reason for saying this is because countries like Lesotho have not, we've been begging, people in this room have been begging for countries like Lesotho to have legal policies, and yet we still want to extend the lending and helping hand towards them, thereby creating beggar thy neighbor mentality within countries. So I think if we create global competitiveness, not only are we encouraging global collaboration, but we're also encouraging self-regulation by countries in order for us to step forward, so that when we benchmark Ghana, we're benchmarking Ghana knowing that, okay, when we do this, definitely Ghana is going to handhold us through the process, but we need to see the countries actually making the first step.
Any other question here? Go ahead.
Maybe just to comment on the legal frameworks. At AfriPol, mainly what we do, especially when we realize there are challenges in terms of legislative frameworks governing cybersecurities, it's a challenge where you find some countries have advanced or have passed cyber laws which will really govern some aspects of threats, and you find in some countries they are yet to implement some of these laws. Like now in Ghana, you find they're advanced, they have a good regulations. Same thing with Kenya, they have already have put in place some measures. So when we meet with key stakeholders, like now in such a forum here, we get feedback on some of these countries that are lacking these effective regulations on cybercrime, and we bring together now stakeholders within their government and these advanced states that have already implemented these laws, and then we can come up with a framework to help them, or lesson learned on some of the legal instruments they need to improve their cyber regulations within their countries.
Okay, you're giving them what we call a prescription to countries that are having issues.
Yes, it's an approach that they can do it. Yeah.
By the way, we'll come to that in the next session where it's an open mic and everybody can say what they want to suggest. So that's a good recipe for that. We'll stop there. Let's see whether the panelists can handle this. And panelists, when you're handling these questions, please include the following. I think the question on capacity development, and I think Geraldine will throw you that one in the deep end. Try and include also the gender, because I think we discussed and said we should look at gender. The 4 people to 1 is not allowed. So gender, please include that, and please give us a perspective from where you sit. How do you advise government to actually build and to be able to build that gender gap to be smaller? So when you look at that, and then Eric, we need to respond to the question on incident reporting. That is really at your doorstep. But when you're answering that, could you also touch on the use of new technology? We are hearing that you want to have AI SATs and AI-driven SATs and so forth. Is Ghana considering this? And any of the panelists can take that. And then we've been also told about the companies not responding. So you can also try and touch on that. And then Guled, implementation. I think you are right in the deep end on that. You're doing a lot of implementation in Somalia. I think you can respond to that. And then there was a question on the top level domain name. So any of you can respond to that, plus the question from Lesotho, which was building onto that. I understand there's a question online. So if Chad, you can wait just patiently, we'll give you time while they respond. Please go ahead, Geraldine.
Thank you. Now, when it comes to capacity building, it's been quite a challenge from the Ugandan perspective. Sometimes I'll speak in terms of like the SAT. We have a number of collaborations that we have, but then when there is a certain skill set, because I'll give an example, one of the services that we offer is digital forensics. But when it comes to actually reaching that level of certifying maybe the digital forensics expert, because they are also going to be involved in maybe a case that's related to digital evidence. You need, when you go to court, you need to show that actually you're certified, to show that actually whatever process you went through the digital forensics is part. So one of the challenges we've faced in terms of capacity building from that perspective is that these certifications are very expensive, and then also the people who are interested in that area are not there. So so it all goes back down to how do we encourage people to look into this area of digital forensics, mostly from the perspective of cybersecurity. Now, I would also want to add on we have some initiatives, because there is a project we did with World Bank, which is it was on a regional communications infrastructure program, and there were a number of areas that came out in terms of capacity building. So we have a number of planned interventions that are coming up, and we want to ensure cybersecurity is one of those areas that when it comes to decision makers, or he talks about having good documentation, but when it comes to implementation, there is no accountability, or it just stays there. So one of the ways we're trying to bridge that gap is we want to to offer more capacity building for the key stakeholders and decision makers at the top, and then drill down to want to also look at having a mass capacity building for government officials and some private sector players to ensure that when it comes to cybersecurity, we are not just coming from the perspective of government, but also have private sector involved, because this also feeds into the bit of critical infrastructure.
Sorry, I'll have to stop you there.
Yes.
I wanted to respond, but thank you very much for that.
Okay.
Very good. Yeah, go ahead. Go.
Yeah.
Very quickly.
Yes, very quickly. I think I will talk a bit on the implementation. I think my colleague from Tanzania mentioned that, and it's a good point, that a lot of us has a good documentation on strategy, on policy, but when to come to implementation, that has been the, a pain point for all of us. And just wanted to share an experience as we now doing a review for our national ICT policy and strategy 2019 to 2024. As it coming to close, we are looking on like what has been successfully be implemented and what's the lesson learned from that implementation. And I think there's a couple of things, but two things I wanted to emphasize is the ownership. And when you're setting up, an objective, on a target, someone has to take an ownership of it. It's nice to have, maybe rolling out that much of kilometer of fiber optic for national backbone, but it is like who will be doing? Is it realistic? Who will take the ownership? And if it's not successful, who should be the accountable for that? I think is specifying that in the strategy and policy is very important. I think that will be it.
Thank you so much. Eric, do you want to respond?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think one of the concerns was about incident reporting, where there's a need to encourage people to. Yes, one of the things we can do to ensure that people report incidents has to do with regular awareness creation. It is very key. It's very key. Once you have the channels, whatever form of awareness that you engage in, let it become a fundamental principle that the various channels of reaching the reporting point is made known to the people. Any medium, any platform that you find yourself is supposed to be made known to the people. So once that continuous awareness creation is going on, you keep encouraging the people. CSA, for instance, has its National Cybersecurity Awareness Month, the whole of October, and every activity that we engage in throughout the month of October, this encouragement is given in terms of reporting of incidents to the reporting point. So it's sometimes challenging as to how people should report, but like you rightly said, it helps the statistics, it helps us to know the current trends and then the upcoming ones. So we can only keep encouraging them, and then through the workshops and seminars that we have for them. Then also there was one other reason where the concern was raised concerning some of the nations having the legal framework lagging behind. That is quite, it's a challenge that we need to look at. But one thing that I want to indicate here is that the nature of coming up with these frameworks, we must understand that it should not be done in silo. That collaborative approach must be there. Now you should know the key stakeholders that are involved in coming up with that. And then you need to engage them. There should be a series of stakeholder engagements with them. It is only then that they will buy into it. But where you sit and you come up with the regulations alone, it is difficult to actually push it to the people. In any case, you are only coming up with the frameworks to guide those people. So those who are to buy into it, there is the need for you to constantly engage them. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to go to Sergio. Are you online, Sergio, please? Could you respond, please, Sergio, because time is going.
Yes,
Right.
I am. Yes, I am.
Okay, do you want to respond to any of the questions that were raised? I'll give you that option. Be very brief, because I can see we have to go for lunch, and also our person who is coming in to close the session is coming in. Yeah.
Right.
Go ahead.
I'll be very brief. I also want to touch on this question on how to go to those beautiful documents into action. I think, Martin, you and I, we've been discussing this. It's very crucial to find within the countries champions that can actually drive the different initiatives that are there. and also sharing those opportunities. We keep talking about capacity building, but through this platform like GFCE, Africa Set, and many others, there's a lot of training opportunities that are there. And maybe some of us, we just don't share. I see my friend, Dr. Kim, sitting there very quiet. He keeps sending me opportunities on my signal. So what I do, I take them and I share across, different stakeholders on cybersecurity in Mozambique and make them be aware of those training opportunities. And then obviously we will be able to develop, our capacity in the countries, but also, by engaging with other groups like the First and all that, if we really take advantage of what's already in place, I think we can move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sergio. I just want to be very democratic here. We have one person online, that's Abdullah Jalil from Chad. Are you still online, please? Abdel, can somebody confirm whether he's online? All right, could we read the question that he had so that we can give everybody a chance?
He was wondering whether the GFC, he was wondering whether the GFC was going to support members' expertise in cyber capacity building. He was wondering whether the GFC was going to be sponsoring and supporting members for their cyber capacity building efforts in 2025.
Okay, it's above my pay grade, but my boss will come and answer that. So I'm sure Mukta Edali will deal with that in the open mic session in terms of capacity building on this area. I know time is of the essence, and we are also trying to manage time and expectation. This session, you can agree with me, ladies and gentlemen, it has been engaging, and our panelists have done quite some good homework, as you can imagine, and they've really delivered what is happening in their jurisdiction. The key was to really share experiences from different parts and to be able to share and learn from each other. And I know we've really benefited from what we've had from different countries. Many countries who are seated here, they might not have had a chance to say what their progress is, but we believe through this engagement, this achievement or this particular objective will be achieved. We also do hope that the lessons that are learned here can be shared, as said by Sergio, with other participants who are not able to come into this. So I know I need to give you one point just to go, but we can't do that because of time. I just want us to stop there and just agree that we've done a good job. So let's give them a round of applause as we transition into the next session. You can just have seats where you are. You don't have to move because we're just transitioning very quickly. And then this session is really open mic. I'll hand it over to Maria.
Thank you, Martin. And I think the conclusion that you made is ever so important, that cooperation really is happening internationally, but more importantly, regionally. And this is why we have the Africa Hub at the GFC as well, and what we're gathering here today. So we're moving on to the to a Q&A session. We're opening it, but it will be quite short so that we can move on to the closing remarks as well. We invite any community members or any participants to ask any questions that they have regarding the GFC Africa Hub, but specifically also moving forward. So please, anyone who has a questions, go ahead.
Yeah, and just to add on what Marion has said, we believe that this session, we intended it to be a session where a participant could raise a query or also request for something that is pertaining within their jurisdiction. So it's really open for you so that you cannot say that you're never given a chance to talk. So it's really open, and the Chatham rules hold. What you say remains in the building, okay? Unless otherwise. So Palakiam, let's go for you. And of course, David, Emmanuel, you're hogging the space. Okay, we'll give you again. Okay, please, in that order. But please, just remember, take a short time, say who you are, and express yourself.
Thank you very much, Dr. Martin. I'm Palakiam Massi. I'm the head of the National CSIRT in Togo. I wanted to comment on the, how to move from documentation to implementation part, because I believe it's key. It was in the heart of the discussions we had before creating the National CSIRT in Togo, because we did not want to create like something empty, basically. And we came up, it was really hard discussions that we had. And basically, the end of the discussions was that governments are really bad at implementing, right? but they're very good at controlling. Now, private companies, they're really good at executing, right? So we just decided to create a private company with government shares, obviously, right? So that private company is now operating the national CSIRT. And the government is controlling that national company, right? So this company has strict SLAs. They are controlled. They have to deliver, and the government is controlling that in multiple ways. The government is controlling the SLAs in terms of incidents. How is it solved? Every incident in Togo has to be taken in charge in less than 15 minutes, and government is controlling that. And also, government is doing the surveys to everyone that has declared an incident. Are you satisfied? Were you, taken in charge correctly, and so on and so on. So basically, the idea is to, segregate the roles. Government is really good at controlling. Let's the government control that it is done. Private company is really good at executing. Let's the private company do it. So that's how we tackled this challenge. And also, there was a comment regarding how to have company-specific SOCs and CSIRT. Now that you have a private company, that private company can also do the SOCs and the CSIRT also for the private companies. So I believe having that in mind also helps, tackle the challenges that you specified. Thank you.
Just a question, Palakem. I'm very aware of the model that you're saying, but let's first of all recognize the point that is being raised here. It's actually a very exemplary model that has been tested in Togo, where you have a private partnership where a private company actually works with the government and offers the services, especially when it comes to SATs and other areas. And then it becomes what we call sustainable, which is the question. But just a quick one for you, Palakem. Was that private company the only one operating, or is there competition?
There is a competition.
It's open.
It is open. The operators of essential services, like critical infrastructures, they don't have to work with that private company, but they have to operate a SOC. They can do it themselves. They can do it with others, but at least they have a choice with a national company or company located in Togo that can deliver the services.
Thank you very much. And if you want to hear more of that, come tomorrow to C3. There will be a presentation on Togo. David.
Thank you, Martin. Yes, once again, my name is David Mwepeng from Botswana. I run an organization called Cyber Smart Botswana. We run awareness programs, public education programs on cybersecurity awareness. I'm a trained cyber psychologist, so I focus mainly on user behaviors, habits behind cybersecurity vulnerabilities. And I just wanted to chip in quickly to answer his question. He was asking why programs, policies are not translating into positive user behaviors or safe user behaviors. And one of the reasons I believe it is so is because we leave out other disciplines. Cybersecurity is no longer just a technical matter. In cybersecurity awareness in business, we say it's a business issue, but in the social context, it's also a social issue. Therefore, we should not leave out other social disciplines, particularly behavioral scientists, psychologists, because if we do that, we will then be able to integrate the issues into everyday life, even cultural scientists, so that we can then bring them along because we want to promote behavior change. And the best way to do that is if we bring on board other specialists who can help shape the messaging even. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. That's a good point on other aspects to bring into that. There was another person, was it? Go for it.
My name is Lawrence Mchilwa. I work for FAST as the Africa Regional Liaison. As Sergio mentioned about sharing opportunities. So I just wanted to mention that FAST is very keen and very deliberate with collaborating with our partners like the GFCE and national teams, both mature and also those just establishing themselves. So you can reach out to us directly through me, through our partners GFCE, and we are very happy to work with you and help develop your capacity. It's a program funded by the FCDO, which essentially means that through this funding, FAST is able to help you offset some of those financial costs to make just to reduce that financial burden. So from a training point of view, bringing in trainers, very happy to work and support you on that. Thank you.
For that, and first having a symposium in Zambia, correct?
Yes, I know my good friend there mentioned. So the symposium is next week from Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
And you're paying transport and accommodation.
So not talk the mic. So I know FAST is sponsoring a few fellows. I know the number is currently around 25, if I'm not mistaken. And these are basically either teams that are existing, teams that are thinking of starting a SAT, and a lot of these teams are teams that we have received from the community. So some of our partners basically telling us, can you support this specific team with logistics, so accommodation, air travels, let them come to this forum, engage with their peers, and hopefully from there, they will know a peer to reach out to or a partner to help them in their journey to establish a SAT.
I think that's very good from FAST. One request is just put other topics within your curriculum or within your programs. I think there was a question around CBMs as part of your topics, instead of being more technical, so that we can be able to have these other topics within those kind of forums, because those forums are they're very important, but they're very good for that community. Any other? Go ahead, comment.
Thank you very much. My name is Jimson Olufuye, the chair of the Advisory Council of Africa ICT Alliance. My private activities, I run contemporary consulting. Well, I would like to really commend GFCE for their work thus far. I've been an observer. I've been quite so overwhelmed with a lot of things myself, but my heart has been in what we've been doing. So you can see I've been seated here, only that somebody just called me to come out. So I quickly came back. And I've sent in my application to be a member. Okay, so I hope it will be handled speedily. But also to just create the awareness that we've developed a maturity model, a cybersecurity maturity model to add value to what we do. That model is in better phase, and it could help with a lot of continuous assessment. It's the first in the global south, so to speak, and it's accessible, free for now at tcmm.africa. So if you have your smartphone, you can check tcmm.africa, and we expect feedback so that we can enhance it and we believe to add value to what we are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. I think we've noted your application, which has been done very directly. We've noted it. Please, 1 minute each, because
Okay. Thank you very much. I just want to comment on the issue of documentations and its implementation. Just an add-on. Yeah, so
make it quickly because we've got very few minutes. We're supposed to leave the room.
That's fine. So please, one key thing that we've realized in terms of this implementation has to do with challenge of resources. So one of the key things that we can do to ensure its implementation is strong collaboration with the private sector. This is key because sometimes they come in to help you do whatever that you need to do in terms of resources and at that distance. Briefly, that's what I want to say.
1 minute, Sanusi. We are supposed to go.
Yes, for me, I just want to appeal on all to push for the ratification of the Malabo. I think the 17 ratification should not stop us from implementing. Let's start implementing. Others will join. I think that's just a takeaway we need to.
Cameroon, 1 minute.
Thank you for the floor given to me again. I'm just a bit disturbed because I think when we are coming from afar like this, we really want to deal on some issues concerning Africa. But I've discovered that we are just rushing. Maybe I'm wrong. Please forgive me. But for me, I would have liked that we really take time to discuss about issues that concern us, to be powerful, because we will finish and just go. I'm sure in any heart, they are will for us to go deeper in resolving our problem. Okay, but now my question is maybe it's concerning more the previous panel which was there. What are we doing with countries, because they are talking about laws? Maybe I'm a friend to Germany or to Gabon, and Gabon is friends to Nigeria. I have a friendship with Nigeria, but concerning bilateral or multilateral, Nigeria is a big different. When I give my data to Gabon, and Gabon can do with my data what he wants, what are we supposed to do? I really need, as you experts, to help us. How can countries freely share their data? Thank you.
Okay, I think we'll have to stop there, and I'll have to hand it over.
I'm so sorry to rush you all, because I think the people are standing here telling us to leave the room in 1 minute. It's sorry, and I feel you really, the last speaker, with regard to coming all the way down and not be able to discuss. So we have an opportunity to discuss during lunchtime, and if time remains during the CCB coordination meeting this afternoon, you also can step in and we can talk about, remaining issues, questions, and we can also have questions offline. So the last question, please. Data governance is extremely important for cybersecurity. It is now governed by the African Union data framework collaborations, and there is the digital data also exchange. Look at that. The Malabo Convention also has some principle on matters related to personal data protection and so on, international collaboration, and look at that. So that is the one. With regard to the future, some questions about projects, ideas to be done. I will encourage you to go to the clearinghouse and really apply for projects you wanted or something to be done. Our role is coordination and to mismatch those who are capable of doing something and those who are in need of something, so we can actually make the mismatching. The meeting was actually very great with your contributions and very useful. We have discussed a lot of things about resilience, about the need of coordinations, about gender inclusions, and the fact that we all need to be part of this adventure of capacity building with regard to cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is extremely important. We will continue to talk. We will have seminars online and discuss issues that is remaining. The GFC is at your disposal. The Africa Hub is at your disposal. Please feel free to contact us at any point of time and submit your requests. We will see how to handle that. But just remember, we are together, and we together need to face the issue of cybersecurity. With that, I'm just rushing to say thank you, everyone, for really being here. The door is already open for me to go. It's not what I expected to do as a conclusion, but have a nice trip for those I wouldn't meet, for those who are traveling, and I see you next time online or physically to discuss further about matters related to cybersecurity. Thank you very much. Meeting adjourned.
To access lunch. You can follow our very kind ushers. They also have the vouchers for you if you don't have one yet. So please go ahead and follow our ushers. Thank you very much. I'm the partnership team, so you come to the right person. Tell me, when did you send out the application? Okay, awesome. Time to pick it up. Okay, in my accident, I'm one of you. I'm outreach and partnerships, so it's email contact, you email me. Maybe can you tell me more about your organizations and what it is that you do besides provide students? So I can switch it up upstairs. Yeah.
Like I'm gonna be learning commerce.
Okay. Okay.
Hello.
Hello, how are you? I can take your, let me give you mine. Let us say.
But I
Go
wanted
ahead.
to discuss with you
Sorry, let me just
first. We have an event happening now.
Well done. Good evening. Thank you. I wanted to ask.
Yeah.
I wanted
Okay.
to get asked.
So you work
I didn't do it.
Okay, yeah. I'm coming right home. Okay. And then do you have any specific topics like entrepreneurs, the policy, okay. And what do you mean by that? You have
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you make assessments. Okay. The security perspective. You know the digital portal.
تقبلنا يقبو سكيور يقبو
Good afternoon.
How are you?
How are you?
Okay, here. So you still have internet forum and change for the briefing?
It's for the briefing with the ES.
You can even on the website the most
As far as soon as we start,
Dino.